Middle East, the Americas, and Africa. It provides direct multimodal connectivity through road and rail networks, including Tanzania and the standard gauge railway. This integration strengthens its ability to serve land-linked economies efficiently and reliably. And beyond cargo volumes, the port plays a broader strategic role. It provides a vital maritime access to neighboring economies, supports regional integration frameworks such as the East African Community, SADC, and African Continental Free Trade Area, and acts as a catalyst for industrialization, logistics development, and employment creation. Efficient ports are fundamental enablers of economic transformation. The port sector faces structural and operational challenges. These include rapid technological shifts in shipping, sustainability requirements, limited digital integration across stakeholders, safety and security risks, and infrastructure constraints. Addressing these issues requires coordinated investment, institutional reforms, and collaborative partnerships. Our response has been deliberate and forward-looking. We're modernizing its infrastructure through both expansion and deepening, expanding container yards, and investing in modern cargo handling equipment, including ship-to-shore cranes and RTGs. We're advancing digital transformation through streamlined customs processes and working towards stronger port community system integration to enhance transparency and reduce dwell time. Public-private partnerships remains our central to our strategy. Strategic collaboration with global terminal operators strengthens operational efficiency, introduces global best practices, and supports the delivery of end-to-end logistics solutions. These partnerships enhance capacity while positioning Tanzania as a competitive and reliable trade gateway. And talking of the public-private partnerships, looking at 5 years back, Tanzania Ports Authority was handling about 18 million metric tons. That was the cargo throughput. But getting into correlations with the new partners, DP World, TGTL, and other stakeholders, we have seen that Tanzania Ports Authority has massively increased its cargo throughput to 27 million metric tons, and looking forward to handling 32 million metric tons in this coming financial year. Key initiatives as the Dar es Salaam Maritime Gateway Program, expansion projects, and enhanced equipment development are already improving performance indicators and vessel turnaround times. With all this, our objective is clear: to reduce congestion, increase throughput, and align with evolving global shipping standards. So, in closing my presentation, Tanzania ports are positioning themselves as efficient, resilient, and future-ready gateways serving Africa heartland. We remain committed to working collaboratively with regional and global partners to unlock trade potential, strengthen connectivity, and drive sustainable economic growth. We invite shipping lines, logistic providers, freight forwarders, and investors to route more cargo through our ports. We're ready to serve you more efficiently with greater reliability, transparency, and performance-driven service standards. Tanzania is prepared to deepen partnerships and facilitate high trade flows across the region. Thank you so much for your attention.
Another big round of applause to Madam for such a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Study. As she sits, allow me to elaborate some few stuff. For those who are coming to do presentation, the time is 10 minutes. Like what Madam has done, she just did her manage within her time, and she finished on her time. So that is a perfect example. So let's all embody that as all will be coming. So 10 minutes, prepare well, and the screen will be down here, you could see. For those who want to use headset, there's another screen there that will give you what is displayed here, you'll be seeing on the screen there. So you can even use the platform here to address the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a video, a short video from TPA. Please, eyes on the screens.
There is a pulse that drives the lifeblood of East Africa. A rhythm of trade, of movement, of exchange. At the very center of that pulse lies Tanzania, and its heart, the ports that connect us to the world. Dar es Salaam, Tanga, Mtwara. These aren't just points on a map. They are powerful entryways through which ideas, goods, and opportunity flow. As the global economy evolves, the demand for speed, transparency, and precision has never been greater. To remain competitive, relevant, and impactful, Tanzania must lead, not follow. The Smart Port is an ambitious, technology-driven transformation by the Tanzania Ports Authority, inspired by the bold and visionary leadership of Her Excellency, President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. A smart port isn't just a tool, it is a national commitment. A shift from the past to the future, from paper to platform, from procedure to performance. At the core of this transformation lies the Terminal Operating System, a fully digital command center that manages the life cycle of cargo from ship to shore to inland delivery. With just a few clicks, berth schedules are arranged, containers are tracked, and the yard operations are optimized. No more manual logs, no more guesswork, just pure digital efficiency. But this system doesn't operate in isolation. It is part of a deeply integrated digital platform connecting all players in the ecosystem. Shipping lines, freight forwarders, customs, regulators. Each stakeholder sees what matters, when it matters, in real time. From cargo release to gate passes, every process is streamlined, paperless, time-stamped, auditable, and secure. For users, it means less time waiting. No more moving from one office to another, and no need to queue. Whether it's port fees, custom duties, or regulatory charges, payments can now be made online from anywhere, anytime. Transactions are instant, and records are accurate. The entire process becomes not just easier, but smarter. For our institutions, TPA, TRA, TASAC, The system provides visibility like never before. Real-time dashboards give insight into every movement, every declaration, and every fee. This isn't just about automation, it's about governance, it's about accountability, it's about building a port system that protects revenue, eliminates loopholes, and strengthens national compliance. And it's only the beginning. With AI-powered forecasting tools, the smart port can predict vessel arrivals, automate traffic scheduling, and ensure infrastructure is used optimally. Internet of Things, IoT sensors now monitor the temperature of sensitive cargo. Electric vehicles and smart yard equipment are reducing our carbon footprint, embracing sustainability for future generations. These innovations are not futuristic. They are here and they are working. Most importantly, the smart port isn't just a win for TPA, it's a win for Tanzania. By cutting costs, reducing idle time, and accelerating cargo clearance, we make Tanzanian trade more competitive. We lower the cost of doing business, we attract investment, we empower local manufacturers, traders, and exporters to thrive. From the port, ripple effects reach deep inland, along road and rail, to Rwanda, Burundi, the DRC, Zambia, Malawi, and beyond. This is how Tanzania becomes a true regional logistics hub, a nation that doesn't just move goods, but moves potential, opportunity, and the future. A port isn't just a place where ships dock. It's the heartbeat of a nation's ambition, a symbol of progress, a promise to every Tanzanian. The Tanzania Ports Authority stands ready, delivering that promise with technology, integrity, and vision. Welcome to the Smart Port. Built for today, ready for tomorrow, powered by Tanzania.
A big round of applause to TPA. Have you now noticed that TPA is now a smart port? Can we be proud of our port? Can we be proud of our country? When the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs was here speaking about his country, Tanzania, the country that I also love so dearly, he was speaking it, you could feel it from his heart that he is devoted seeing such things as well are happening. Even our president, he is devoted seeing such smart port is happening. Please, a big round of applause to our leaders. And a big round of applause for yourself for being a Tanzanian. What you have just seen there is not a futuristic, but it is here. It's the reality that TPA is living. So we are proud of you, TPA. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, sir, without any further ado, allow me to call here the Acting Director from Tanzania Fair Competition Commission, FCC, Acting Director, Madam Hadija Juma Ngasungwa, as she comes to give her presentation in 10 minutes. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I love when we celebrate ladies. Please, a big round of applause, Tafadhali. Superwoman, karibu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to stand here in this podium. I would like also to pay my due respect as the protocol has been already observed. But it is also my really great honor for me to be accompanying High Table with my colleague, the Deputy Minister of East African Foreign Affairs and East Africa as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Media. Also, my brother and my boss in the Ministry of Industry and Trade, who is the guest of honor, Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Lazaro. Thank you very much. With the really respect of the Ambassador of UAE, our General, thank you very much for inviting us and the High Table. Basically, People might wonder why Fair Competition Commission.
Madam Director, before you proceed,
Yes.
I'm requesting TBC and the media, the other media who had placed their mic to kindly please do so. This presentation from the government institution is pivotal that have been captured well. So TBC, please can proceed to the podium. You may proceed, Madam.
Thank you very much. Basically, why we are here, part of this gathering as the Fair Competition Commission, probably most of the clearing and forwarder, they really understand the mandate and the responsibility entails with the Fair Competition Commission. We are here as a strategic partner with the Tanford, and I would like also to add and cement on my former speaker to appreciate Tanford to invite us, for us to be able to showcase and explain the contents of trade, logistics, and market structure. Basically, FCC, we stand as a pillar. We are the middle of the all trade community, the government authority, as a referee to the business community, vis-a-vis to the consumer, who we are dearly all serves as a Tanzania. As an FCC, we have some of the requirements that we as the Fair Competition Commission, we want to improve efficiency. And we require that efficiency through the infrastructure, right? And that infrastructure, it might be physical or it might be on the digital arena. We want to operate as a competitive market. Our level of playing fields drive us innovations, productivity, and investment confidence. That is a pillar of the whole three entails of between the government, the business community, and the consumer. At the end of the day, if there is a really fair play in the ground, it means all these players in the market can be benefit, whereby they will be able to improve efficiency, and we will have some investment confidence. People, they will see the value for money on what way they invest and the outcome that are coming in. So as a regulator, we believe that the legal framework that we work in the perimeter through the Fair Competition Commission, through Fair Competition Act, which it was being established 2003. We have 5 commissioners, including myself. There's another commissioner who she also accompanied me with here. And in that commission, we have 3 mandates that we are working on. The one we are working on the anti-competitive agreement and abuse of dominance. We believe if there is going to be a fall in the player, one will benefit, the other one will die. That's why, even now, remember we had an issue between one of the regulatory, the TASAC, they're also doing the same, they provide the same services as the clearing and forwarding agency. As a Tanzania, we play also that part role to at least to unbundle the TASAC responsibility, because you cannot be a regulator and provide a service at the same time. So we work as a bridge to ensure that this provides a fair play in the ground. But also, we have also a mandate to deal with the counterfeit and substandard goods. Some may think we are taking over the Tanzania Bureau of Standards mandate. But what we do, we complement, because we believe the counterfeiter, once he is in the market, using the supply chain, one of you might be your client importing the product in Tanzania. He will also be part of the market. So it means artificially, he might increase the price or he might reduce the price. And at the end of the result, the one who has a genuine product might shave away because of that inequilibrium, which can hinder innovations, efficiency, and even the government revenue might be lost down the road because of that counterfeit product. We also overseer of the informal and unethical market conduct. We believe of the system of information and asymmetric and compliances gap. We think that that will lead us to be able to be in the market promoting agency. Some may wonder, how do we come close? Did anyone knows there's a mergers control, merger and acquisition? Merger and acquisition is the part of adding additional value, whether it's skills, whether it's innovations, whether it's capital. I could give you one of example. We had merged, TPA had abandoned some of the efficiency with the DP World. Do you know who approved that transactions? We were at the FCC. We approved transaction for the DP World to be able to do the service that they did, and to prove that efficiency that we done. So that is a part of our functions which we deal with the major control. When it exceeds 3.5 billion Tanzanian shillings threshold, they must come to FCC for approval. And why we approve? Because we analyze the market. We found that that market is inclusive for the Tanzanian or from the outside to come in and merge. Because nowadays, it's not necessary for a person to come and establish a company and starting working and operating from the scratch. He can merge between the existing company. And by that, they can combine the force. So by combining the force, we make sure that they don't have a market control to ensure the other cannot be penetrating the same market. So we allow the level of playing field for them to come in and invest and flourish. So that is the part of efficiency that we are talking about. We further talking about the gap that is coming in. We believe that through the advocacy, like we say, we have a part of the wing that we do robbing. Someone may wonder why the government authority robbing, because that is a soft compliance system. We don't need to come and hammering or control. We believe if a business person came in and trying to invest, but he has some impediment with another policy or law, we call them together. We did a market research, we come them together, and we find out. If you are aware, we had an issue of the cement factory in Tanzania. So what we did, when there is an increase, we make the interventions. When there is a reduction, we make intervention to ensure that the level of playing field is there and people are benefit for value for money. So our last job through the stakeholders, we're now dealing with the collusion, abusing of dominance. We believe those collusion and dominance, we act people, it might not sink in, probably it's something really difficult concept, but it is there in the market. People, they are talking one competitor to another, they are making an agreement, they decided to make it the price. I can see as a clearing forwarder, you will ask what Simba Bahari is charging, and then you replicate that. It is okay, because what we consider, if the Simba wa Bahari have a really big market power, that will be a problem. Because if he put the price, and that price, it's sustainable for a longer period of time, what will be the impact? Some of the clearing forwarder will close. So we come in to ensure they leverage the ecosystem of business so that everyone could pay fairly. So lastly, I am about to finish. Lastly, we talk about the consumer. All of that is a Tanzanian, and we are also urging our investors as well to know that the government is there to ensure your business is flourish and not downfall. Without further ado, I'll thank you very much for listening, and I'm here for any question. Thank you very much.
She deserves another big round of applause. I told you the speakers here are prepared. You see, as the momentum is taking place, you are clapping by yourself. You're starting to understand why this is very important. And you may have a question or two, or you need to reach out to her. She's still around, so you can still reach out and you can have that consultation. That's the meaning of this forum as well. Your Excellency, the guests of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me to call again now the next speaker who will be coming here. She will be speaking on behalf of Tanzanian Bureau of Standard, TBS. And this is Director General. So he'll be coming here on behalf of Director General from TBS. Please, a big round of applause as he comes. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He has 10 minutes, and the screen here will be projecting his time that he'll be consuming. Please support him by cheering him. Karibu sana.
Honorable Dennis Lazaro Londo, Deputy Minister for Industry and Trade, Honorable James Olemilia, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, Ambassador Yakub Mohammed, and all distinguished guests. Protocol is observed. Good afternoon. Second, I would like to congratulate the organizer of this forum, Tanford. They invited us and they kept on insisting that we should participate in this very important forum, and I can see it is really important. My Director General was supposed to be here, but she has other commitment, so she couldn't manage to travel to Dubai. So what I'll be presenting, it was supposed to be presented by her. My name is Engineer Gervas Kais. I'm the Imports and Exports Control Manager from Tanzania Bureau of Standards. Thank you. I will take you through almost 3 parties. The first is an introduction. Second will be conformity assessment services. The third one will be the role now of the conformity assessment. And the fourth will be the benefits of the conformity assessment services or international recognition. First, in the introduction, Tanzania Bureau of Standards was established in 1975 and came into operation in April 1976. So this year we are commemorating 50 years. We are the members of ISO, which is an international standardization organization for standardization. IEC, ARSO is the African Regional Standardization Organization. Codex SADC STAN is also an organization in the SADC, East Africa Standards Committee, and other international organizations. These are among of the functions of TBS. We have many, but I'll just introduce you these few, depending on what the topic, today's topic is. The first is the development of national standards and promote standardization activities. The second is providing or supervising implementation of the standards, because prepare or developing a standard as a document and shelf it is not really a complete process. It has to be used, and where it will be used is in the conformity assessment. And the third one is undertaking pre-shipment verification of conformity to standards. This, I will talk it a little bit later. In verifying the specific requirements of the standards after being developed, having that document with the requirement, the first thing you'll have to inspect. There are standards for inspection. There are also standards for testing. Then also standards for certification. Certification might be product certification or system management system certification. And the other is the calibration or metrology services. Under the inspection, Tanzania Bureau of Standards is conducting inspections for domestically manufactured products, and that inspection is conducted for the purpose of product certification as well as market surveillance. After a product has been produced, it has to go to the market. So we complement the inspection by conducting market surveillance inspection. Inspection for imported goods is also conducted, and it is a consignment-based inspection, and is conducted for the purpose of having batch certification or a batch certificate for that specific consignment which is imported in Tanzania. This inspection is divided into two categories, namely the first one is the PVOC, as I highlighted it earlier, and the second one is destination inspection, is when the consignment is being inspected and collected samples while it arrives in Tanzania. The third one is the technical assistance to exporters. I know some of you are exporting also products from Tanzania, and the essence is to access the international market. So we do also this service as like what we call it technical assistance to exporters. PVOC, in brief, is the conformity assessment process, which is used to verify the products to be imported in Tanzania. And this inspection is normally conducted before the product is being shipped from the country of origin, and it is being done in collaboration with our service providers. One of them, I think he'll be having a presentation here. The second PVOC program is implemented, as I said, for general goods and for used motor vehicles. The program is implemented by contracted PVOC service providers. One will be having a presentation later, so he will talk a bit about what is PVOC and what they are doing. The advantages of doing this PVOC, it helps to protect consumers' health, safety, environment, and security, but also it builds, it blocks unfair competition from substandard imports. Again, it facilitates customs clearance, because if you acquire a certificate of conformity for the products at the country of origin, once it arrives, then the processes will be reduced so that you can clear it in a shorter time. Helps also to verify products' compliance with national and international standards through accredited laboratories, because it is one of the requirements when the consignment or product is inspected at the country of origin. You have to present the test report from the accredited labs. Also, it eliminates destruction or re-exporting costs of substandard goods. You see, when the consignment or a product arrives in Dar es Salaam or at any entry point, and we inspect and test, then we find that that product is not conforming to standards, it has to be either exported to the country of origin or being disposed. So in disposing, it costs a lot, and also it depends on the nature of the product. Some may also harm even the environment. So by having this PVOC, it can help to block the substandard product from the country of origin. Also, it prevents Tanzania from being dumping ground for substandard goods. Destination inspection is the conformity assessment which focuses on inspection and testing of imported products at the port of entry. This applies to all goods in the destination inspection, compulsory, but sometimes there are goods which are supposed to be inspected under PVOC program, but maybe to one or two reasons it was not inspected, then it will be channeled to destination inspection. Technical assistance to exporters is the service which provides exporters with essential information and advice in technical requirements. You know, sometimes if you intend to export a product, but you don't know the requirements of the country where you are exporting to. So we also offer that service by advising you whether, like you are exporting a product from Tanzania to Dubai, then we have a desk there. They will advise you the requirements for the products which are supposed to be imported to Dubai or to any other country. Normally, the exporting requirement in terms of quality assurance, it is determined by the country where you are exporting to. That is why we say we offer also a service of advising on the requirements of the products which you are intending to export to the country of exporting. TBS also offers technical assistance to exporters who need to export various products to East Africa community, but SADC and other regions. International recognitions. International recognition is very, very important for you as a trader, because you are exporting a product to a certain country. If the product is tested at the accredited lab, it means the test results will be accepted everywhere. That's why I included this part as an international recognition, because Tanzania Bureau of Standards have been accredited against ISO EC 17020. This standard is all about inspections. It means we are competent in conducting inspections. But again, we have test house, testing labs. We have test labs, 9 test labs, of which all of them are accredited into different scopes. Again, we are also in the lab, as I've said, we are internationally recognized because we have been accredited. But again, we have certification services, as I highlighted earlier. There is a certification of products and management systems, but we are also accredited in doing that services. Management system, yes, I've said, it's a certification of management systems. These are the benefits, the benefits of certification services. It's all about compliance and credibility, market access. As I've said, if you are tested against the accredited lab, there is a reputation and customer confidence you build up with, and also performance improvement. International recognition, again, it's all about accreditation. Our services, we are accredited, so we are competent in that area. Calibration also is all about metrology services. We are dealing with the scientific and industrial metrology. I'm told that the time is over, but I think I'm almost here, almost the last slide. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. I know TBS has a lot because it's a standard, so you can't give people of standard 10 minutes and to finish everything. But they're still here, so you have any queries, you need to discuss that, you can actually still see them. And we appreciate for the presentation. A big round of applause once again for such a big presentation. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, the next presentations we have heard from TBS, but with the issue regarding pre-inspection, PVOC, SGS, TBC. We have a man who is acquainted with that to take us through. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Achu Prakesh Kumar.
This one is forward. This is Distinguished ministers, excellencies, honored guests, good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure here representing SGS in my capacity as Assistant Manager Business Development in this Tanzania Trade and Logistics Forum 2026 under the theme Connecting Global Trade to Africa's Heart. So, we SGS has been appointed by Tanzania Bureau of Standard since 2012, Jan 1st, and we take care of the product testings, shipment inspections, and product certifications. So basically, we are operating all over the world, like almost 140 countries, and 2,600 offices and laboratories worldwide. We are the most trusted partners for major key accounts, single window, like we do the product testing, shipment inspections, and product certification under a single umbrella. ISO 17025 accredited labs are here for food, cosmetics, textile, electrical, electronics. We have an accredited lab. We are based in UAE, Dubai, Jebel Ali. Then we are the notified and approved certification body under East and West Africa, UAE, Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology, Saudi, Saba certifications, Saudi Food and Drug Authority, Saudi Quality Mark. Then Kuwait Technical Inspection Reports, we do the certifications. GCC for G-Mark for electrical categories, LVE and toys. Oman Food, Cosmetics, Testing, Inspection and Certification we do. Qatar for cosmetics and food compliance. We are making sure that the product which is in the market, it's not a counterfeit product. We are making sure that it is safe for the end users. Then our accreditations is ISO 17020. That is a conformity assessment for inspections. ISO IEC 17021, 2015, that is conformity assessment for audits and certifications. 17065, conformity assessment certifications for audits, products and purposes. ISO 9001, quality management system. And 17025 is the accreditation of the laboratory. So coming back to the portfolio of SGS in the Middle East market, we have a wide presence in the market. For UAE, all ICA certification. For UAE market, if you want to import or trade any product inside UAE market, we will have to do a certification which is called ICA certification, Emirates Conformity Assessment Scheme. For Emirates Quality Mark, Halal, organic certifications. Then Qatar, Oman, East and Central Africa. Tanzania, we are authorized by Tanzania Bureau of Standards. Uganda, any concept from any country of supply to Uganda, to Kenya, Zanzibar, Egypt, Burundi, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Central African Republic. All these countries we are doing quality testing, quality inspections and quality certifications. So West Africa, Gabon, Cameroon, Ivory Coast and Algeria. So we'll have a major question. What is COC? COC It's a certificate of conformity wherein the certification bodies like SGS and all, we make sure that the product is complying as per the rules and regulations set by the concerned regulatory authorities. In this trade, we have to discuss about Tanzania Bureau of Standards. We are under TBS, and we support TBS for quality certifications, testing, making sure that there is no substandard, no counterfeit products on the local market illegally. We make sure that all the products which is entering the market is safe for the end users and which has passed all necessary testings and inspections. So coming to Tanzania PVOC program, regulated items, meaning which requires mandatory certification. Tanzania program is purely based on HS codes. There are three types. One is regulated at origin, regulated at destination, and non-regulated. Regulated means which requires mandatory certification. Regulated at origin, meaning at the country of origin, based on the HS code, we will confirm whether the product requires mandatory certification. If the product requires mandatory certification, we will tell what are the document requirements, how much will be the charges, and what would be the turnaround time. So main document requirements, so it would be a request for certification, export invoice to make sure we have the accurate HS code. Based on the HS code, we will confirm that product requires certification or not. Then the main and most important thing is to have a valid safety report which is within the validity period which is confirmed by Tanzania Bureau of Standards. So, and container sealing. So we have a risk matrix which is confirmed by Tanzania Bureau of Standards. So based on the criteria and the risk category, we make sure that if it is an FCL, full container loading for those products which is under high risk, we will go for container sealing and loading supervisions. So Tanzania COC process. Initially, we will get the request for certification, invoice, and the lab reports for the invoiced items. So from the invoiced items, we will have a review initially whether the submitted documents are accepted by the Tanzania Bureau of Standards. If it is accepted, then we will proceed with the inspection. Inspection is always a physical inspection, not an online inspection. And some categories like cosmetics, food, and medical products, it has to have a TBS certificate in addition. And if a customer is not having a lab report to make sure that the in the invoiced items, they don't have, we will select the samples for testing. We have a lab, we do the testing of food, cosmetics, all the categories, we have a wide range. And after testing, once the test results are passed, we will do the inspection. And after inspection, we will make sure that if it is as per the UAE rules and regulations, if it is matching the labeling marking requirements as per the TBS guidelines. And once everything is compliant, we will make sure that we will issue a certificate which can be used for customs clearance. So there are three types of routes which we can go. If you have a, like once in a while you have a shipment, we can go under route A, which is applicable for traders, manufacturers, which requires mandatory testing for all shipments and which requires mandatory inspection and testing for every consignments. It is a batch traceable testing we will have to do. For example, we have a product and it has multiple batches. We have to do the testings for the batches. And for route B, applicable for traders and manufacturers for homogeneous products, involves an annual product registration. So initially we will get the product list. We will segregate as per the category. Based on the category, we will select the samples for testing. We will do the testing, and every quarter we will do an inspection. Not every shipment there is no need of inspections. Every quarter we will do an inspection. Route C, applicable only for manufacturers only. So it involves annual product licensor. So it is only applicable for manufacturers and requires a mandatory factory audit. And every year we will have only 2 inspections per year. And
Tanzania from 2014, where the census started, and in last year, 2025 January, we launched the enhanced census, where many customs procedure were simply integrated. The objective of modernization of customs systems. The objective is to driving efficient, transparent, and revenue growth. As you can see, we have been pronounced the increase of revenue from month to month, strengthening the regional and international cooperation, seamless digital transformation aligned with the global trade standards. Digital transformation aspect. This answers the question from paperwork to digital processing. Years back, from 2000, we were receiving the manifest in hard copy at the room called the long room. Then the process of declaration moved from one table to another, from declaration officer to valuation officer to the head of the declaration, then into the long room, to the long room collector to pass for assessment. Then the issue of assessment, payment was made manual at the counter. The release was conducted manual at the port. Now we have census where all processes are fully automated in electrical system, which also the system is safe and secured to protect sensitive trade data, which align to international standards. Multi-agents integration and system interface. The good system, it is not for your only process, but to connect with others. So the system has been interfaced with government ministries, regulators, and the private sector at large. In the system, the license issued automatic, permits, certificates, and other mandatory attachments. The clearing and forwarding agent now is not required to move from one office to another to seek the permit or to seek the license. All licenses and all approval of the licenses or products imported or to be exported is done through the system, where all government officials who are regulators are connected and they check the document in the system and release instantly if it has no any problem. Regional data exchange. We customs and revenue authorities, we connect each year and we communicate. We call it customs to customs. So for East Africa, we use single customs territory where we are connected with one-stop borders and our systems speak each other. We also have connectivity with Malawi Revenue Authority, Zimbabwe, Zimbra. Currently, we are finalizing connection with Zambia Revenue Authority. This is also strengthened by cross-border collaboration, because when the customs official are at border, say Namanga and Kenya, if there is a problem, they can move and go to see each other and solve the problem at border. Real-time cargo tracking. We use electronic monitoring system, ECTS, to prevent dumping and the disposal of illegal products in the country. This also enhances compliance. Online customs auction. Years back, the auction of goods which have been overstayed at the ports or any area, customs areas, or goods which had been seized due to any enforcement issue were disposed manual, but now the auction is conducted through the system. We have also automated post-clearance audit case management. Through risk management, we select cases to be audited to a particular time. Also, we have a facilitated scheme whereby authorized economic operators are moving freely with good because they have benefits and they have been audited and detailed checked by customs and other government officials or government organization. So so they pass through at customs, but we select them to audit to check if they continue complying with procedure. So the case management of post-clearance audit is the selection of the case. It has been automated. Modern logistic and the transport covering. In years back, the system was not accommodated the multimodal transport from the port to airport, maybe from the port to railway, then, or maybe from the port to the pipeline. So the system has been connected or made in a way that if the goods move and is required to use multiple mode of transport, it can accommodate and the goods will move freely. Benefits of modernization and automation, TANSIS. TANSIS has been improving our efficiency, lower clearance time across customs area, increased revenue, improved transparency and integrity because procedure of clearance is not manual oriented, so it does not intervened by people. I also strengthen the competitiveness of our ports and across the borders. I will go to the strategic impact. This is my last slide. Bear with me, please. Yeah. Why Tanzania? Through modern customs operations and the procedures, and through digital, they enhanced TANSIS. Tanzania being positioned as a digital hub, a vital gateway for land-linked countries, and improved and modernized customs system and the procedures, which also align with WCO standards and WTO trade facilitation agreement, a big market across two blocks, SADC and the EAC, which traders and manufacturers get access to the market and the preferential treatment. This is where Tanzania and especially Customs Administration facilitate trade. Thank you very much.
TRA is vast and smart. TRA is here. A big round of applause to our very own Deputy Commissioner, Trade Facilitation and Modernization from TRA. So she's a very key person when it comes to TRA tax compliances. So if you, in case you need any query, you need any answer, any solution from her, and you think it's within our vicinity to help you, I like how she highlighted that the system now has connected all the leaders in the TRA, so if there is any delay, they can view, and if there's no problem with that delay, they can release without any trouble. So that's a good improvement. Let's put our hands together for TRA, yeah? So now we are getting to our panel discussion, where discussion will be commencing, and the topic for this coming panel discussion is logistic and trade facilitation, logistic and trade facilitations in its wide discussion. They'll be coming here, very acumen businessmen who are in the industry, who are in a field to discuss this. But before that, some have started asking, so how can we start registering for the next Tanford forum? I think there are people whom actually you could meet. Chairman, wherever you are, if you could stand. Chairman? Yes, that's the chairman, Mr. Hassan. Please, a big round of applause to Mr. Hussein Tafadhali. You see him, he will actually help you. So next time you can actually register early. So Mr. Hussein Jamal. Also, you can see Mr. Walter Msechu, representative of TanTrade East Africa. Wherever you are, please. Yes, please stand, sir. Mr. Walter Msechu. Many of you have interacted with him, facilitating your coming here, and he has done an incredible job. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Walter Msechu. As well as we have the only lady among leaders in the Tanford who is a treasurer. She is the Iron Lady of the Tanford, Madam Zakia Mazrui. Wherever you are, please put our hands together for such a talented and Iron Lady. She's our treasurer, and she has made sure that things are done in order and money is being kept. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Honorable Guest of Honor, allow me to call the moderator for the following session, who will call now the panelists. I'll give a review of his CV, his biography, and you'd agree with me, he's rich in what is coming to be discussed here. Dr. William Stenhouse, the moderator of our today's first panel discussion. He's the Vice President from Trade and Investment Global Titan Investment, GTI, Senior Advisor and a UN-appointed representative. Dr. William Stenhouse is a Vice President of Trade and Investment at Global Titan Investment, a Dubai-based investment and a brokerage firm operating at a nexus of GCC, Africa, and global markets. In this role, he leads strategic initiatives that bridge international capitals with high-impact investment opportunities, particularly across emerging markets in Africa and the Middle East. With more than 3 decades of experience in international logistics, 3 decades, 30 years, infrastructure development and business strategy, Dr. Stenhouse has held senior leadership positions across major multinational firms, including servicing as Vice President of Agility Africa and Chief Executive Officer of Stenhouse and Associate. He also founded the UAE Africa Networking Group, a platform that fosters sustainable commercial relationship and collaboration between African and UAE business communities. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our moderator. His CV is so rich, you should put your hands together for him as he comes. He will be guiding us through this panel, and he will be calling all the panelists here, the discussion that will take 45 minutes. Most welcome, sir. Most welcome. So I'll be helping the moderator to call here the panelists. The first panelist is from TPA. We have all had her. She came here, she presented about TPA, Madam Rema Kasim Lawa. Let's put our hands together for her, please. And our second panelist is Madam Hadija Juma Ngasungwa, the Acting Director from FCC. Let's put our hand together for her. And the speaker representative on behalf of the TBS will be coming here. Please, once again, a big round of applause as he comes as well. Thank you. We will also be joined here by Mr. Achu Prakesh Kumar, and joined here as well by the Deputy Commissioner, Trade, Facilitation and Modernization from TRA, Madam Juliet Selemani Nyomolelo. And together with them, Dr. William, the Vice President, Global Titans Investment. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panel begins.
Check 1, 2. Can you turn up the mic a little bit, please? Can you turn the volume up? 1. Okay, fantastic. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to moderating today's panel. A bit about the panel topic. It's around building an efficient logistics ecosystem for Africa, regional and global trade, okay? So to unlock Africa's trade potential, logistics must move from being a constraint to becoming a competitive advantage. And kind of what I've heard today, Tanzania is definitely moving in that direction. And partnerships between Africa and hubs like the UAE will be central to making this transformation a reality, okay? So first question is around infrastructure and corridors. So I think, if you don't mind, I'll start from this side and work our way up. There's 4 questions, okay? So the first question is around what are the most critical infrastructure gaps currently limiting Africa's ability to compete in regional and global trade? Which logistics corridors should be prioritized over the next decade? So you can look at this from a regional or from a Tanzanian perspective or as an Africa perspective. So the question is around infrastructure and corridors. So do you have a mic? Yes, sure, please.
Thank you. As I said before, I'm from Tanzania Bureau of Standards. So from the Tanzania perspective side, regarding the infrastructure gaps in global trade, we, Tanzania Bureau of Standards, we are the sole standards development body in Tanzania. On the standards development, yes, I've seen there are some gaps in the sense that we, Tanzania Bureau of Standards, we are the secretariat of standards development. So we normally convene stakeholders from different areas. The gap which I've seen is the participation of the stakeholders from the industry. The participation is not really impressing. But again, for the few who are coming, they really participate. But after the standards have been developed, there is an issue of uptake. The use of that standard which has been developed containing the requirements. There is a gap I can see of the uptake of that standard. to be used by the industries. But again, as I said in my presentation regarding the international recognition, which is echoed, I can say, from the testing side, if testing labs are accredited, once you test a product in Tanzania, the test results cannot be questioned everywhere in the world. So there is a gap I can see. Few accredited testing labs. These might be caused by either the competent staff or availability of the state-of-the-art equipment. That is what I can say regarding the infrastructure from the Tanzania.
Okay, so 2 points I want to bring up. Being based here in the UAE, how can investors, how can PPPs assist you with infrastructure and corridor leverage? This is one. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area, okay? How do we leverage that as well? And how, are there some good examples, some success stories from the Africa Continental Free Trade that you've seen actually happen or is happening?
Thank you. The gaps which I've already identified, Tanzania, I mean the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, through Tanzania Bureau of Standards, have been striving to support so that we eliminate or minimize the gap which is there. Like on the testing side, as I've said, testing labs, the government of Tanzania is supporting Tanzania Bureau of Standards to construct their own labs and to have the state-of-the-art equipment which can be used to test products which are domestically manufactured in Tanzania so that they can access the international market. But on the other hand, from the East African community, we have the so-called mutual recognition of Bureau of Standards which are within the EAC. In that mutual recognition, we normally, we have the arrangement from the Bureau of Standards from each partner state of the EAC, so that when Tanzania Bureau of Standards certify the product, it can cross border to either of the East African partner states. And now it is coming to a larger perspective in Africa. As you said, Africa free continental, continental free trade area. We are also part of it, and we've been pushing that so that products can cross all over the Africa. And even the capacity of the personnel, we are still building on the capacity through trainings, and we are participating on the regional economic blocks also.
Very good. So I think one of the important points is this market should be able to support, assist, and cooperate when it comes to building infrastructure and partnerships in Tanzania and across East Africa. So I believe that there's one more panelist that will be joining us. Is that correct? Do we have one more panelist? Do we have one more panelist joining us?
Oh, yes, sir. We wanted to add one from a finance expertise. So allow me to call here Mr. Maramoja, who will be coming here. Mr. Maramoja, pardon me. From Maramoja Enterprises, Mr. God bless George Boni. Mr. God bless George Boni from Maramoja Enterprises Limited, finance expert.
Okay, welcome, Mr. God bless. Welcome.
Tumpige makofi tafadhali. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Fantastic. So the next question is around digital trade logistics facilitation. Any of the panelists can answer this. So how can digitalization include customs technology, blockchain and logistics platform, reduce friction, and dramatically improve cross-border trade efficiency across Africa? So is there a single window set up in Tanzania? So who wants to take that question? Fantastic.
I can expand to that. Basically, when you talk about the transformation, you must include the digitalization, because that's the one which gives you the efficiency of the particular product on that supply chain. We have a single window through that is being guided by the Tanzania Revenue Authority, and that single window has the ability, us as the government body, they have set aside a portal whereby the government authority who they don't have access or their own integrated system to have access of inspection of the cargo through the, the whole process from the loading to the, offloading of the product. So in that perspective, obviously it takes the whole ecosystem of digitalization. But before I give the mic to other person, I recognize the effort of the Tanzania Revenue Authority to have that harmonizations of the systems, because that is the one which can prove efficiency during or before the goods are already, on the sea, or it has already been at the port. I remember happened to attend one of the UNCTAD meeting, and obviously they mentioned about globally, particularly on the infrastructure. That's the one who can be eliminated of all these impediments of the hiccups that are facing, whether the vessels is not being decking on time, or whether they're offloading it depends on different jurisdictions or availability of the vessels or the consolidation of that. It always have that kind of model saying no one should be left behind globally, because at the end of the day, we just wanted to trade in one another. And for example, Tanzania has the geographical advantage. So if we are not be able to fast tracking the digitalizations, it means that it will impede ourselves from efficiency as well as of the improvement or movement of the goods from one country to another.
So I must say, I'm very impressed with the work that you guys have done. I followed all of your presentations quite well, and hats off to you for the great work that you've done and how you've modernized your supply chains through the country. So I'm going to switch over to fintech and logistics integration with the private sector, with God Bless. So I want to understand from your perspective, is there a good integration between the work that you do in fintech and logistics? Can you speak to that?
Hello, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, in the big part of finance, we understand all the work done with all the private organizations, and in the position of finance, the most important is structuring, and structuring finance, paving a way towards whatever the private organizations are doing, and enabling traders and logistic companies plus the countries to access finance in the worldwide. Also enabling those companies which cannot have enough qualifications to meet the local banking proceedings, then using the fintech technology, they can access banking all over the world. That's what we do to make sure that every private organization that manages or gives approvals or helps companies have a way in which there has to be growth. And promoting mostly for the countries in the region to be able to have more exports rather than imports, so as to have surplus in the balance of payment, in which on those countries it gives them the opportunity to grow, and not only to grow, but to expand and have their own people economies going up.
So keep the mic there 1 second. From this group, would there be an ask from your side, from the private sector, where the government services or integration could be improved? Or maybe you have a suggestion or a recommendation or just a comment about the great work that they're doing?
Yeah.
What would you say?
Thank you. Most of the organizations that are presented today, they have done great on upgrading the systems, and that is good, especially for TRA, centralizing the payment system across the nation. That gives and paves the way for most of the organizations to be able to go through the market and do better in the market. So most part, the upgrade and the increasing of the standardization is good, and there has to be, has to be improvements that we cannot deny, but in most part, they're doing their best.
So you get an A+. Congratulations. All right. Yes, please.
Can I please add to that?
Sure.
Digital integration, especially at ports level, is very essential because it plays a major role in ensuring that costs are reduced and delays. Because when the systems are integrated, from the moment the vessel calls outside till the cargo gets to the customer, it's a process. So we believe when the system is integrated and everyone gets to see the movement, it's easier for the industry. All the stakeholders playing the part to have either an access or an easy follow-up to ensure that there are no delays, because it's a major challenge at the port. So we, as TPA, believe that when systems are integrated and every stakeholder plays their part, the cargo will move easier. Thank you. I just wanted to add that part.
No, it was a great point, but I have a question for you now.
Thank you.
With the adaptation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, does that make your job easier or more difficult?
It makes it easier.
That's what I thought. Absolutely.
Yes.
So tell me how. Just one example.
Okay, can you repeat the question?
So the Africa Continental Free Trade is designed to eliminate barriers, to increase trade, to make things a lot simpler when you're trading between different countries.
Yes.
So it would seem, or appear, that bureaucracy and paperwork would not be as much because it's going to another African country. Are you seeing that as an improvement in what you're doing?
Yes, I see it as an improvement because, for example, a client that wants to import their cargo from, let's say UAE, through the systems with integrations, I think it's gonna help them to have an easier access in first getting their cargoes. I'm not sure if I'm getting the question.
Okay. So for example, between Kenya and Tanzania,
yeah,
right? There is a tariff, correct?
Tariffs, yes.
Yeah. So with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, it's designed to eliminate those tariffs, correct?
Yes.
So to make goods flow between countries a lot easier, correct?
Yeah.
So what I'm asking is, with the adaptation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, does that make your job easier?
Of course it
you-
does.
Yeah, I can assist on that. Basically, the AFTA protocol, it's just giving access to the African countries. And we all witnessed during the COVID time, the supply chain, the importation of the goods were more than impossible because of we were depending on certain area in Asia, far Asia, the good to be imported. It was been said only 12% of the goods movement are done in the African continent. Leave almost 78% to China and UAE. So the protocol first, it marginalized all African states that are observing, which now it's almost than 53 countries that are signed to the AFTA protocol, but also it means infrastructure accessibility, particularly on the TPA and the like, can have that other part of the accessibility of the market. So whenever there is a regional issues, Africa to African can be able to trade, but at the same time, the other side of the global, they can have, like she mentioned, about 500 million of the market access. So it means if the TPA have that efficiency, imagine the vessel that's going to be there to import the product to access the rest of the region. It will be more lucrative. So again, on your point, yes, it is good advantage to observe that protocol because it gives us more than 500 access of the market, which we will not be able to reach out when we are trading, particularly on the supply chain. I think that was the...
Fantastic, fantastic. I just want to throw a statistic out here. How many of you guys are investing in Bitcoin? Raise your hand. Bitcoin. Anybody? Anybody investing in the stock market? Anybody? Stock market. Raise your hand. Yeah? So we do have investors in the room. If I were you, I would invest in the logistics business in Africa. By 2035, it's estimated to be valued at $1.7 trillion. Yeah? And I believe in inter-Africa trade. Yeah, very strong point. And I think Tanzania is positioned for that. So the next question is around financing and investment models. Financing and investment models. When financing models are required to build scalable and bankable logistics ecosystems, how can Gulf capital that is found in Abu Dhabi, in Riyadh, in Kuwait, be better mobilized into African logistics infrastructure? What plans do you have? What projects are out there? What efficiencies are you looking at that potentially Gulf capital can come in and invest? Now, we just said the market is worth 1.7 trillion. So where should they place this money? I'm ready to give you 1.7 trillion. Where does it go? I think you have some ideas, right?
Maybe I can try to respond to that. We all already witnessed the CRDB here investing here in UAE. That means Tanzania will have access of an exchanging, we said back-to-back business, whereby the Tanzanian shillings now won't be exchanged and devaluated in terms of the value. So a person will have an access here of the bank, and then it will be mirrored back to Tanzania, and then that transaction can be able to increase the value of the CRDB. So when you look on the global, on the chain, it means that CRDB shares will be lifting up. For those who are investing in CRDB, it seems that they will have a bright future for that value of the shares. But if you look on the fair competition perspective, we have integrated through the major controls to see the financial sector be able to match, to provide that bankable and the capital for them to be able to support other projects. You can see they have a consortium between some of the local banks and with the AA banks systems. It means that the future, because now the model which I said no one is left behind, it will be already seen. Because, for example, a person who has the letter of credit here, consume or offloaded the goods, instead of now looking for exchanging of dollarizations, if he trade well, he will change with the dirham here. And that can be backed to transacted to Tanzanian shillings. So that chain, it involves a lot of rates and sort of, which it will be marginalized and people they can get their value for money. So it is a good place to invest in financial sector because it can provide that kind of access to other people to trade between the UAE and the other part of the world and the Tanzania. Yeah.
So I have a question for the audience. How many of you have seen the latest investment by the UAE into Nigeria? Raise your hand. It was actually a trade and investment into Nigeria just a few weeks ago. Anybody? Okay. Google it. Now, what I'm coming back to is there's capital available. What projects or what opportunities are investment ready in Tanzania? So again, there's capital to be invested. Where would you put it? In which particular sector? Would it be ports? Would it be roads? Would it be technology? You know, where would the investment go? This is my question. Where should it go?
Coming back to your question regarding the investment, in Tanzania we have opportunities like in agro processing industry. If someone will invest in that agro processing industry of adding value of what we have instead of exporting as a raw produce, then that one can add value and circulation of money will remain in Tanzania. Again, the employment to Tanzanians also will be produced. That's what I can add on that. Yes.
Access to Ministry of Industry and Trade. There is a various we call the Kongano za viwanda, Kongani, which means it's industrial parks. Those industrial parks, they are trying to make some addition of the, like you said, all the products that can also be produced in the country, but at the same time preserve the supply chain, because if you import everything, it means you take out the money. But if you invest inside, it means you have the likelihood, like you said, first to enlarge the employee, it be increased. Like you said, the Tanzania Port Authority will have, something for export, and the beneficiaries is more lucrative than what we can imagine. So probably have to be ambassador calling upon the investor to try to partner with the Tanzanian to enable them to establish or to open this particular industrial park, because now it's coming out and the government have now unlocked a lot of a policy. We have a blueprint policy which has eliminated more than 57 tariffs and the law and toggling of the law to accommodate environmental investment friendly. So I believe there is a TISEZA representative here. She might have the really good response in regarding to where and possible best way they can invest in Tanzania. Yeah.
Fantastic. So,
I can add on
sure.
that, yes. The advantage of Tanzania has to have two blocks, East Africa and SADC. I will also encourage manufacturers of products because they have an advantage of duty remission to some products, so they can get advantage of that to invest in Tanzania in manufacturing industries where we can remit the import duty and produce goods at a low cost and they sell it to a bigger market, including the whole continent, African trade area. So we have Tanzania advantage on that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Just to add to this, yes, please give her a round of applause for those comments. Thank you. There is significant capital and investment from Abu Dhabi, who's looking at Africa's infrastructure and agriculture in terms of land development and acquisition of those products. So if there's anybody in the room that is looking for that, let me know, because Abu Dhabi is actively looking at investing in agriculture in Africa. So on to the next question, building an integrated UAE Africa bridge. So what would be a truly integrated UAE Africa ecosystem? What would it look like? Okay, from sourcing, manufacturing, last mile delivery, and what partnerships would be required to make this a success? What would you ask? So building an integrated UAE Africa, or Tanzania, or East Africa bridge, what would make this a success in terms of sourcing products, manufacturing, and last mile delivery from a logistics perspective? What would success look like?
I think we are already now here in a logistics platform. Mm-hmm. So that one is it's a kickstart where now we can be able to network and exchange, the contacts and ideas. This morning I was with the executive secretary of the Chamber of Commerce of Dubai, but I was also told there is a one with Abu Dhabi, there's a one with the Sharjah and Ras Al Khaimah. So in terms of the partnership, the logistics company, some of the delegations came here. I think it will be like an opportunity for them to mix and match, to match with some of the supply chains in here, so that they can be able to integrate. So I think the government, we have our Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade is here with us. We have the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. All their policies, economic integrations. And as you're aware, we have a lot of changes back in Tanzania to make the investment feel lucrative and smooth. We have a Fair Competition Commission, which we are trying to manage the level of the supply chain to provide that efficiency. So the success stories now we are making right now, and I think maybe from the way going forward, it's something everybody will look to come for this forum so that they can integrate, they can exchange ideas, and the best way they can merge and be able to work them together.
So I'll say the next Tanford event, we want to make sure that there's definitely more representation from the 7 Emirates. And I run the largest African-focused networking group in the UAE. And I have regular conversations with the leadership, Sharjah, Russell Kema. We have offices there in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi. There is keen interest for partnerships, but the right partnerships, you know, and so this is very, very important. So, any other thoughts? Yes, God bless.
Yeah, just trying to add on what has been spoken. We have so much to do as Africa for us to be more competitive, rather than just selling our resources, rather than building a supply chain by adding value. Because whatever that you want to do, for you to benefit more, you have to sell the finished product. That's why for the agricultural people, they know 40% of whatever that is produced in the country is lost because it doesn't meet the final standards. And if we have enough enough industries in the country, it will pave a way for us to bridge a gap for the lost products, for them to be used for another markets. So if we increase the production within our countries and have semi industries or the final industries, it will pave a way for us to grow. So whatever that we are looking to expand, we have to be able to grow within. So if we can increase our capacity, we can be able to compete in the world market. So all the financials that are coming to our land has to be staying within, rather than the money is coming, investors are coming in the country, they're investing the money, but they're taking out of the country. So for us, we are left with deficit of payment, which is making most of African countries not to be able to compete, even the currencies having so much fluctuations. All of those are encountered because of several factors. So as the countries in Africa, most important is to increase the capacity within ourselves, making sure every country produces enough and it does process its own products to meet the world standard. We have the SGS, the TBS, who are there to control the standards. So it means the world can know whatever that is coming from the land of Tanzania, it can reach their standards. So that means it's paving a way for all the producers, all the manufacturers to be able to invest industries in Africa and export the finished products. To that extent, it will make our countries expand in the way of finance, also increasing more employment to our people.
Fantastic. Amazing. Do we have time for a few questions from the floor? Do we have any questions from the floor? Any comments? Any comments? Okay, fantastic. So what I'll do is I'll ask you for some final words, some final comments on today's topic. You know, if we can just go down the way, if that's okay. We start with you. Any final comments?
All right, thank you. For us, we insist on trade facilitation. Where we believe the trade facilitation begins with port efficiency. So with that, we believe there will be more predictability, faster turnaround, also streamlined clearance. In addition to that, we must encourage public-private partnerships, which we believe it will accelerate modernization and performance standards. Also, to finalize, efficiency must extend beyond the port borders, extending to rails and road corridor that are going to serve transit market. So, thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you. I've said a lot. My only simple issue is just welcome to Tanzania, and the rest will be it will take from there, because we have what it takes to provide the lucrative business environment for the investor. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you.
What I can say is the standardization and quality assurance work is a two-way traffic. It depends on we as a standards development organization, but you as a manufacturer or a trader to adhere to what is been set as a standards, as what we have been discussing today, that we really need to sell our products, cross-border trade. So if we really need to sell our products to different countries, then we have to adhere to standards and the requirements which is in the standards, so that we can cross-border and grow, or support the growth of our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have improved efficiency at the port. We have a modern customs administration. We also have automated customs operation. But we still have something to do to expand our business with our neighbors, especially DRC. We use one gate to DRC, Tunduma gate. The congestion is big. We needed to open other gates, like Kalema Port and Kigoma Port, in order for the coming business, the efficiency of the movement of goods to increase, so that the port also will double the operation. Thank you.
Fantastic. Great comments.
Thank you. Just a quick one. There is always a saying that experience doesn't make perfect, but it makes you improve. So experience every day, as long as we go, we improve. So I believe all the parastate organizations and us having our ministers around here, it paves the way for more improvement toward our systems. So as part of what I can say regarding the investment as a financial consultant, I can say there's so much that has been, or which can be of advantage to everyone looking to invest. There is a position to invest in agriculture, manufacturing and processing industries, as well as trade finance and banking, and also logistics, as we all here for. And also real estate is one of the blooming industries. Someone can take a hold in Tanzania. And as well as we have meat processing industries in which they need investors to invest in. And also having all those said, efficiency and improvement is part of what is required to make everything work. Thank you.
Fantastic. You have one question. Okay, good. Okay. What I'd like to say is, first of all, fantastic panel. Thank you very much for all your responses and your inputs. But what I also would like to say, next year, let us do something where we can actually do a road show of the UAE. There's so much out there beyond just Dubai, and God bless you, live here, you know that. Let us go to Sharjah. Let us go to Ajman. Let us go to Ras Al Khaimah and engage. And I think from those engagements, we would get so much more traction and understanding. And that's what we're all about, is really bridging the gap. So, my recommendation.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry, it's not even good evening. Thank you very much. It's just a quick question. I wanted to ask, if somebody wants to invest in Tanzania, if he's an East African resident and somebody who isn't an East African resident, what package comes with it, and what does he have to invest in Tanzania? Because I have seen nobody has talked about that.
Dr. William, before you proceed to answer if we could finish up with a last question, which is here, so that you can wind up together.
So should we answer that question first? Can we answer that question first?
If we could take the other questions.
So answer them together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Fiona Kangimba. I am a tax manager.
Sorry, we can't hear the question.
I'm saying
Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Fiona Kangimba. I'm a tax manager in one of the auditing firms back in Tanzania. I'd like to acknowledge the distinguished guests at the high table. So, not that I have a question, but rather a recommendation to the TRA. So, will Tanzania consider having a structured tax certainty mechanism? So, such as, let's say, advanced ruling and cooperative compliance framework, this way to reduce any types of controversy with investors in Tanzania. For example, issues of transfer pricing from an angle of intergroup services, financing structure. Because it has been a challenge for most of the companies investing in Tanzania. They will always be faced with TP audits, and the adjustment is always quite significant. We've also seen introduction of new laws, and there isn't really a clear guideline on how this should be handled. For example, the deemed interest in retained earnings. So can you consider a structure that would bring certainty for the investors in Tanzania? Thank you.
So we have two questions from the floor. Yeah? Okay. The first one.
First one, I would like to call the representative from TISEZA. Maybe someone can give her the mic and respond on the environment of the gentleman questions regarding to what would be the categories for the investment, whether you are East Africans or you are someone outside. That's correct. Yeah. So, Madam from TISEZA, she can help to respond to that question. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Elimbora Abia Moro from Tanzania Investment and the Special Economic Zones Authority. To respond to the question from the gentleman, investing in Tanzania, all what is required is your capital, and there are some criteria, as you were speaking there, that we need new technology, there is job creation, and the contribution to the GDP. So for a normal investor, you may register as just a normal investor, depending on the threshold of your investment. And for foreign investor, will depend as well on your threshold and the registration. If the business has been registered, the shareholding is for the foreigner, that will be the foreign investment. And if it's for domestic, that's when will be the domestic investor. So there is no big demarcation between foreigner, whether you're from East Africa or in Tanzania. It all depends on the capital threshold and the all other requirements if you have met them. Yeah. And as well, to respond on what you were saying about the integration, when on my presentation, you'll see that under TISEZA, we have those services which are offered under one-stop facilitation services. So the integration there is key, because for someone like to get the to get the permit from immigration, work permit, or any other service from all those authorities under TISEZA. We need to be integrated so that we will be efficient in offering those services. And that's why you find that like TRA or TBS and all those, they are integrated, and that made the speed of offering services to the investors to be very fast. So integration is very key, and to us, it applies. Thank you.
Very good. Just one more question. So to open a business in Tanzania, do I have to travel to Tanzania, or I can do it from my laptop?
You can do it online.
You can do it
Nowadays,
online.
Yes, and the BRELA is very efficient. So the BRELA as well, we have station officer at TISEZA who can just help you to open your account, your company within just a day.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So you can open a company in Tanzania, and this is for everyone that's local, that's interested. 24 hours, your company is open. That's what I heard. Is that correct? 24 hours. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So now to the next question around taxation, I believe, is the question.
Sorry. Thank you very much. TLI is a well-structured tax mechanism. We have 4 departments dealing with tax matters: Department of Revenue, Domestic Revenue. We have Department of Customs and Excise. We have Department of Large Taxpayers. And we have a Department of Tax Investigation, which deals with issues require deep investigation. For the question about the transfer pricing and interest in retained income, we collect the tax to the retained income. So when to the income, so when it is retained, not take by investors, it will attract investment because the income is taxable. This is according to the Finance Act 2025. For this specific matter, I will request our esteemed customer, taxpayer. I will take her case, so I will get the deep understanding of the case, and I will give her correct or well guidance on this matter. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Great job. Okay. Further comments? Okay. Thank you very much. Let's give the panel a round of applause. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. William. A big round of applause to our moderator, Dr. William, the Vice President from Global Titan Investment. A big round of applause to all the panelists who came here. Madam Rehema Kasim Mlawa, Madam Hadija Juma Ngasongwa, Deputy Commissioner, Trade and Facilitation and Moderation. Now, can they have a picture together? Moderator at the center. Moderator at the center. That was really profound. And we appreciate Dr. William for promising that next year the Tanford is going to be huge with big investors from around the globe that you'll be bringing here. A big round of applause to Dr. William, our moderator, and the Vice President from Global Titan Investment. To the panelists, thank you very much. That was really profound. There were some questions regarding the investors coming to Tanzania. What are the incentives? What are the package come with it? TISEZA will be presenting shortly, so they're going to answer all those questions. A big round of applause to this wonderful first panel discussion. And I know there are so much questions, burning question with us. The following presentation will be 5 minutes each, because at 4 exactly we'll be having coffee break But with that coffee break would lead us to what we call high-level private sector roundtable. This will be a closed session for only invited. So may I request the following to prepare for this closed high-table roundtable discussion, that the guests of honor, the ministers, and our leaders will be present on that meeting to discuss key issues, the like that we have had questions with here. So TAFA, TATOA, TPA, Tanford leadership, representative from Uganda, representative from Rwanda, representative from DRC, representative from Zimbabwe, and representative from Burundi. At 4 exactly, you'll be ushered to the room that has been reserved with the guests of honor and the leaders present for a roundtable discussion on matters pertaining to our industry. Right now, we'll be doing a presentation of 5 minutes to the following who will be coming, and after that, we'll be going for 15 minutes coffee break, and then resume back here for the next panel discussion. Your Excellency, sir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call here representative from DP World, one of our main sponsors, to come and give their remark for 5 minutes. DP World, most welcome. As DP World comes, TGTL, please prepare.
Distinguished honorary guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. The perks of doing a presentation late in the afternoon is information fatigue, so I hope in 5 minutes, as the Mr. MC said, we'll be honored. At DP World, we provide solutions, end-to-end logistics solutions, where we also provide that to be able to provide businesses capacity and enablement to provide businesses opportunities as well for their companies or their customers. Okay, so our global footprint for DP World stems from 4 business pillars. We do economic zones, we do marine services, we do logistics, and our flagship business pillar is the ports and terminal. With over 90% of the global trade moving through ports and terminals, DP World handles over 10% of that, over 83 countries in the world with a capacity of 95 million TEUs, where we have a presence of more than 295 business units globally. We also belong in Sub-Saharan Africa, the footprint, where also we provide all those 4 business pillars, and that also includes the port and terminals, where DP World Dar es Salaam has been the latest addition to the ports and terminals in Sub-Saharan Africa. DP World Dar es Salaam operates at Terminal 1 of the Port of Dar es Salaam under concessional agreement, where the landlord is Tanzania Ports Authority. So we do only stevedoring and cargo handling. It's important to note this, that DP World Dar es Salaam only handles Terminal 1 of the Port of Dar es Salaam. With all that said, DP World Dar es Salaam is a multi-purpose terminal where we handle general cargo and we also handle non-generalized cargo. In the non-containerized cargo, we talk about RoRo units, vehicles. We talk about dry bulk commodities, that is the fertilizers, the sulfurs, yeah, and the wheat. But we also talk about break bulk, where we look at all the billets and coils and generators and massive mining equipment. So 25% of the container business or throughput at Dar es Salaam port moves through Terminal 1, which is DP World Dar es Salaam. We have been actually working on a lot of improvements, and that to be said, the terminal layout of the Port of Dar es Salaam Terminal 1 has, on the left side is the RoRo yard with a capacity of holding 6,000 CEUs, car equivalent units. We also have general cargo yards, which also has a capacity to hold 5.5 million tons. And also, of course, we also have the container yard, where we also hold a capacity for annually doing 290,000 TEUs. DP World Dar es Salaam has been investing under the concessional agreement with TPA. Means that we're able to invest, we come in, invest in the superstructure, we invest in the systems, and that has been an addition over the last 1.5 years since we started operations in 2024 April. We have been able to improve a lot in the different kinds of equipment that handles cargo quicker and faster. Yet also, we have improved on how we do digitization. We have learned from the previous speakers how that we have improved going almost paperless in the processes, getting into a smarter port. DP World, of course, has a contribution to that, where we are now 70%. It's not moving from the screen, eh? Okay, I will continue, where we are also having a cargo community system, that allows our importers and exporters, as well as the transporters, the shipping agents and clearing agents, to access our services online, from billing in terms of opening up invoices and quotations, to making payments, which we have been linked to the biggest commercial banks in Tanzania. The recent has been our connectivity with the Bank of Rwanda, where our Rwandese brothers and sisters are able to make payments directly from their offices in Rwanda for the services at the port of Dar es Salaam, Terminal 1, where initially they had to transfer that cash to their counterparts in Dar es Salaam to make the payments. To talk about performance, given all these investments, we have seen 2025, which has been our first full year in operations, huge numbers in terms of cargo throughput. Talking about RoRo units, we were able to do the biggest number in December 2025 with 28,313 units. That's 20% increase from the previous year. General cargo metric tons has increased as well by 25%. And the bulk also has increased by 22%. This also has been capitalized by the increase in wheat importation, the biggest wheat importers bringing in bigger vessels than before. But also the sulfur business, which is a reagent for the Congolese and the Zambian mining companies to process copper. This has been also increasing. Of course, that we know that most of the mining companies, especially in DRC, has increased their capacity. And lastly, of course, the container Terminal 1, 55% remarkably has been the increase from the previous year, with the record in December for Terminal 1, 36,900 TEUs. These are official, unofficial numbers. That's why we've blocked out the FY 2025 because auditing is still continuing, but it's good to note that all these improvements, especially on the container side, has been attributed by the shipping lines that are calling our terminal, specifically the addition of recent CMA CGM Far East Asia service, the Kilima service, where they've also changed their vessel types to Panamax vessels. We also saw 300-meter vessels coming up, but then we also have DP World's Unifeeder, now DP World Shipping Solutions. So all these have been attributed through, again, with the continuing phases of terminal improvements, additional of gates, reinforcing the berth yards, reinforcing fencing and also security. But also the highlight of it is for our dry bulk customers, where we are looking to invest massively in a container, in a conveyor belt system, and improving our silo capacity so that we can improve and let away with at least 1,000 trucks from the road to allow the food grade and non-food grade to be received from the terminal. So these major achievements, again, we talk about are based on the investments, on infrastructure that has been done by TPA themselves in terms of dredging the berths, dredging the channel. but the superstructure where DP World, of course, has been able to bring in equipment and reinforcing the services improved. And my time is up. I hope I did justice for 5 minutes. Shukran.
Shukran DP World. You have brought lots of improvement and transformation to our ports. Again, a very big round of applause to DP World. Now, let me call the next speaker. As I call the next speaker, I will also request the following speaker to prepare to be seated there as the other speaker will be presenting. Our time is 5 minutes, and the screen here will be showing you how you are spending your time. Once it tells you time's up, kindly please wind up so that we can exhaust other program. You may notice that the high table, some leaders are not there. It's not that they have left. There is another roundtable meeting that is taking place. So as we are continuing here, they'll be back here before we commence our second panel discussion. But that being said, there are some of the leaders who are still on that table, including His Excellency, retired Lieutenant General Ambassador is still there. So we are still intact, and other government institutions are also inside here represented. May I now call upon the speaker from TGTL to come and give a presentation for 5 minutes while Central Corridor Transit Transport prepares.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. So it's my pleasure to stand in front of you and to introduce TGTL, the Tanzania East Africa Gateway Terminal. Since I'm having maybe 5 minutes, let me go a little faster here. This is our terminal. TGTL is handling Tanzania Port Authority's number 2 terminal in Dar es Salaam, and we got a concession in last June 2024, and we rolled out the terminal operating system, one of the state-of-the-art system, in June 2024, and October we started implementing fixed berthing system, and we completed that in August 2025. And we did some digital platforms, and I'll be talking about that in the coming slides. This is the infrastructure what we have in TGTL. We have 4 berths with a length of 725 meters, and we have a draft of 11.5 meters. We have RMQCs, the ship-to-ship QCs of 6. We have 21 RTGs yard equipments, 4 restackers, 4 empty handlers, and we have a 14-hectare yard. We have 200 reefer points, so we welcome the customer to bring avocado and like those reefer exports and imports. So TGTL is ready to handle the reefer containers. So this is the ships coming to TGTL. And you can see the day of berthing and the port rotation. So in this point, let me tell you about a fixed berthing program. The fixed berthing program is a particular day of a week is allotted to the shipping line. So their ship comes and you can connect the container there, and they go worldwide in the port rotation and come back in the next week. So I can proudly say this is the first time in East Africa fixed berthing window is successfully implemented and consistently done for last 1.5 years. What is the benefit of fixed berthing window? The shipping lines, their vessels are not waiting outside. Last 2 years before, there were ships waiting for 22 days outside. Now it is less than 2 days. They are able to bring the vessel berth. And other than shipping line, what is the benefit for the trade? The exporters, now they know which is the ship they are booking and which is the day the ship is going to come, so their exports can be connected easily. And imports, they can plan for just-in import because they know the ships which is coming and the berthing day. So this is a big change in the supply chain for East Africa, and TGTL was successfully able to do it and reduce the berthing delays. In this juncture, I like to tell you about my experience in one of the terminal previously I worked, where it is similar like a Dar es Salaam port, where it is center of the city, and the city grown just outside the port. It's a congested port actually, and there we were able to move the container from the port in 18 hours from the vessel discharge. And here in Dar es Salaam at present we are moving the local container, the average dwell time is 4 days, and for this transit container average we are taking 14 days. Even though we are giving, some countries are giving 15 days free days, 30 days free days, we are getting an average of 14 days. But my question is, a customer sitting in say Rwanda or Congo is importing some this consumer goods, say suppose shampoo, and his container arrived and it is lying in the port for 14 days or 1 month. Is the customer happy, or is the importer happy? Is the shelf may be having 2 shampoos and he is waiting and the container is lying in the port, and who is paying the cost of this finance? The cost of the finance is the importer is paying, and importer is not paying from his pocket. The customers like you and me are paying it. So it is affecting the economy. So how we can reduce that time the container is lying in the port? Instead of 14 days, can we make it in 2 days, 3 days? That's a question I want to ask you, all the freight forwarding friends. So when there is a 15 days or 30 days free days, don't look into that and wait for the 30th day and pick up the container. There is a cost to the country, cost to the logistic cost. We have to bring it down. So try to bring the container faster. So, but there are reasons why the container is not moving out in time. One is the transparency. The customer may not be knowing when his ship is berthing, when the container is landed in the port. So for that, we took some initiative. We started a container tracking and vessel schedule in our website. It's at tegtl.com. There you can see that vessel berthing. If you know which vessel your container is coming, you can search there and you will know when is the vessel berthing and when your container will be offloaded. This is a container tracking facility. If you know the container is coming through TGTL, you can search and you can identify is the container in the ship or in the yard or is taken to the ICDs. So these are some facilities we are providing in our website, which should be used by the landlocked country customers, but the freight forwarders, they have the access to the customers. Please inform your customers to use these facilities. So basically what we are telling is we want the container to move out of the port faster. I earn a good number of storage out of the transit container. But we believe that the revenue out of somebody's pain is not a good revenue. We are not interested in that, but we want to deliver the container faster. So this initiative is to bring that transparency. And we are working on bringing the rail. We are working with the Tazara to bring the containers from Zambia to our port through the Tazara line, and through the MGR railway line, through TRC, we are moving to Kuala. These are some initiatives happening here. This is the volume growth of TGTL. In 2020, we were at 600,000 TUs, and in 2025, we closed at 864,000 TUs. This is the growth we are looking at, and we are upgrading our infrastructure to take this number more than 1 million in the coming years. Once we did the upgradation, we will be having a key length of 825 meter, draft will be 14.5 meter, and we will be able to turn around the vessels instead of the presently 3 days, within 1 or 2 days. That's our target. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you, Captain JT. We love calling him JT because his name you need to, go to school first to learn to pronounce. A big round of applause for the Tanzania East Africa Gateway Terminal TGTL. Thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation and the growth that we have seen. Again, we cannot really exhaust everything in 5 minutes here, but is there, you want to have this communication, you want to know more, the team and his team is actually there, they could assist. Thank you very much, Director, Captain JT. The next speaker now is from the Central Corridor Transit Transport, while Silent Ocean prepares.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much, dear moderator. Your Excellencies, distinguished business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Ali Kakomile. I'm just here on behalf of the Executive Secretary of the Central Corridor, who has been with us since morning but just walked out for an emergency work call. And I'm here to bring you the topic about the optimization of the transit trade and corridor efficiency for the land-linked countries. A lot have been said since morning when we started here about the opportunities Tanzania presents. But when you look Tanzania on a perspective of a corridor, the narrative change, become bigger. Opportunities are now immense. We are the Central Corridor Transit Transport Facilitation Agency. Next slide. An intergovernmental organization mandated to look after the 7 member countries. And when you look at the map, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, and of course Malawi and Zambia. And the Central Corridor, this is a multimodal transport and logistic networks. And we are mandated to make sure that business and the trade from all the member countries within the Central Corridor member countries move smoothly and efficiently. We are looking at the key modes of transport, including roads, railway, inland waterways and aviation, as well as pipeline. The 7 member states, as we said, but more importantly, now we are connecting the regional integration with 3 RECs, and these are EAC, SADC, and COMESA. And in the morning, when the opportunities about Tanzania were presented, we're speaking about 60 million market of people. But now when you look Tanzania on the perspective of the neighboring countries, you are talking about 280 million market. This is a very huge opportunity for all business leaders here present. And that's why we are saying that if you are to invest in Tanzania, if you are to do business in Tanzania, you are looking at the economic impact of saving about 280 million people with a combined GDP of about 245 billion. And it is the reason that we at the Central Corridor, we are looking at the transport corridor as efficient corridors which become the veins and arteries of our economies and hence your business. Next. What we are doing now, the 7 member countries mandated the Central Corridor to make sure that we promote infrastructure maintenance and development. We have heard what have been done here by the Revenue Authority, the Ports Authority, but this is solely focused on Tanzania. However, Tanzania does not trade alone. It trades with the neighboring countries and the overseas market. And so the Central Corridor is just make sure we promote infrastructure development and maintenance. But we are all there to bring our member states together. Today we are speaking of the market in Rwanda, the market in Burundi, the market in DR Congo. The member countries need to speak together so that they can take advantage of the opportunities around. The Central Corridor is one of that platform which bring together the member countries to speak about the opportunities available within the member countries. But again, we facilitate a dialogue between public and private sectors. We have quite a number of them here present. And we have seen some of these participating to a number of dialogues to make sure that we take opportunities of the available opportunities in our countries. Of course, without forgetting the issue to do with the bottlenecks and support the improve the capacity and the efficiency of the transport and trade. We monitor performance of the corridor. We have heard a lot of other agencies speaking on the planning to improve operations here and there. But now at the regional and corridor perspective, we are there to make sure that how long does your container, for instance today, if it comes from here in Dubai, you are airing the market in Kigali, how long will this container take from the port of Dar es Salaam all the way to Rusumo border and coming back to Dar es Salaam? That is why we are monitoring the performance of the corridor and make sure we advise our governments on where and how to improve so that we can enjoy the opportunities present. Of course, we do provide as well project implementation support. We have seen a number of quite impressive infrastructure development projects in our countries, be the standard gauge railway, modernization of inland waterways, roads, and all that. One of the key areas that we're looking at the perspective of the regional nature, and that we are providing support to our member countries to ensure that these projects benefit the business communities, some of them here present. And lastly, at the Central Corridor, we create a strategic business partnership for member states. I'm very happy to see the president of TAFA here present today, and he's a true testimony of some of the strategic business partnership that we have coordinated between Tanzania freight forwarders and other bodies within the Central Corridor member countries. Next slide. Without taking much time, and I think the moderator has given only 5 minutes, our role is to ensure that the corridor function as a one seamless system. If today we are inviting a business partner from UAE today, we want you to come to Tanzania, but looking at the market in Lubumbashi, the Democratic Republic of Congo. We want you to come in Tanzania, looking at the market in Lusaka. And that is our role to ensure that the corridor function as a seamless system and not as a fragmented national segment. And thus, for business communities, corridors, they are just not infrastructures, but they are arteries of economic survival, competitiveness, and the regional integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ali Kakumilo, the Executive Secretary from the Central Corridor Transit Transport, for such a presentation. A big round of applause once again to Ms. Executive Secretary from Central Corridor Transit Transport. The next speaker is from TATOA. As TATOA, the next speaker who will be coming after Silent Ocean is TATOA, so I'm requesting TATOA to prepare. Now I'll be welcoming the Managing Director from Silent Ocean, Simba Bari, Mr. Mohamed Soloke, to come and give a 5 minutes presentation. A big round of applause to the Managing Director, Mohamed Soloke from Silent Ocean.
Assalamu alaikum, distinguished guests, government leaders, global trade and logistic partners, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol has been observed. Error of correction, my name is Mohamed Hamisi Soloka. It is a great honor to stand before you today representing Silent Ocean and Kilimanjaro Star Cargo as a proud and one of the main sponsors of this prestigious Tanzania Trade and Logistic Forum. First, allow me to extend sincere appreciation to the organizer, Mr. Hussein Jamal and his team, for bringing together global expertise, investment potential, and strategic vision under one platform with one shared objective, positioning Tanzania as the key player in a global trade. At this point, I would also like to sincerely congratulate and appreciate Her Excellency, President of United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, for her visionary leadership and strong commitment to economic development. Under her guidance, Tanzania has created a stable, open, and business-friendly environment that continue to attract local and international investors. As we know, her focus on infrastructure, diplomacy, and private sector empowerment has provided fertile ground for business growth and strengthened Tanzania's position on the global trade map. Today, the world is looking at Africa, and Africa is looking for strong regional trade gateways. And in our eyes, Tanzania is uniquely positioned for this role because, one, strategic geographic positioning, massive port and railway investment, political stability, consistent economic growth. Tanzania is naturally positioned to become a logistic powerhouse for East and Central Africa. But as we know, infrastructure alone is not enough. We need partnership. We need innovation. We need a public and private sector alignment. Logistics no longer a background service. Ndugu yangu Urio, naongea Kiswahili kidogo, anajua tulipotoka kwenye mambo ya logistics. Tulikuwa watu wa hovyo hovyo tunaangalia, lakini sasa hivi tuko sehemu nyingine. Miongoni mwa watu ambao sisi tunajivunia sana. Today, logistics drive global trade, open new market, create employment, accelerate economic transformation. Every container carries opportunities. Every shipment supports livelihood. Every supply chain builds economies. Through our journey, having operation in Dubai, China, India, Turkey, and USA, we have learned one key principle. Customers don't just need cargo movement. They need trade partners. They need reliability. They need strategic logistic intelligence. Wanapenda sikio la kusikilizwa na kuonyeshwa njia. That's why we invest in Silent Ocean Kilimanjaro Star Cargo, in global partners ecosystem, advanced cargo visibility technology, trade facilitation solution, end-to-end supply chain service. And we see there is opportunity ahead. Looking into the next 5 to 10 years, we see massive growth in Asia-African trade, expansion of cross-border e-commerce, industrialization across Africa, and increasing demand for reliable supply chain. This transformation is already happening, and Tanzania, we know, can lead this shift. My message to all international investors and partners: Tanzania is open for the business. Tunasema karibuni sana. Tanzania is ready for global investment. Tanzania is ready for long-term partnership. This is the time to invest in logistic infrastructure, digital trade platform, and supply chain innovation across Tanzania. And message to our Tanzania business, ndugu zangu wenzangu, the global market is no longer distance, it is accessible. We must think globally, produce globally, and compete globally. The logistics must become a strategic advantage. Our commitment as a Silent Ocean and Kilimanjaro Star Cargo, we commit to connect global trade corridors, empowering African business into global markets, investing in logistic technology and innovation, building long-term global trade bridge. Last but not least, trade is not just about moving goods. Trade is about moving opportunity. Trade is about moving progress. Trade is about moving the future. Today we stand at a historic moment, and moment like this must be seized and recorded. Let's collaborate, innovate, and lead. Together, we can position Tanzania as a global trade force. Thank you. God bless Tanzania. God bless our global partnership. Sisi ni simba wa bahari. Asanteni sana.
Round of applause to the Managing Director from Silent Ocean, Simba Bahari. Your Excellency, sir, when you were away, there were presentations here ongoing, and the presentation that you just found continuing here was from the Managing Director from Silent Ocean, Mr. Mohamed Hamis Soloka. And fortunately, this year, Silent Ocean are one among our main sponsors, and they have sponsored us very well, and we are looking forward for next year for better partnership. A big round of applause to Silent Ocean. Your Excellency, sir, allow me to call the next speaker. The next speaker will be a representative from Tatoa. May Tafa please be prepared over here, and Port Marine please be prepared. As we do so, Tiseza, be on standby, and our timing is 5 minutes. Please, the timer is right here. We'll be guiding you. For now, Tatoa, please welcome. Coming from Tatoa is Mr. Lokumai, businessman, logistic, inamfahamu vizuri. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Huwezi ukafanya biashara ya logistic Dar es Salaam, Tanzania bila mentorship ya kiongozi hapa. Karibu sana.
Nakushukuru sana ndugu MC. Your Excellency, Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade, Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency, the Ambassador of the United Republic of Tanzania to the UAE, Honorable Member of Parliament, Babu Tale, Executive Secretary of the Central Corridor, Director General of TanTrade, Acting CEO of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, President of TAFA, my friend Urio, distinguished representative from the TRI, TPA, DP World, FCC, TBS, TAGL, TISEZA, and CRDB Bank, whom they brought us a few weeks ago here in Dubai, and they really indeed represented Tanzania. It is the first bank from East Africa to open a branch here in Dubai. So we should congratulate CRDB for that. Good afternoon. It is a great honor to speak to you as the chairman of Tanzania Truck Owner Association of Tanzania, Trade and Logistic Forum 2026 here in Dubai, and an inspiring theme connecting global trader to Africa hearts. Together, we celebrate this milestone with Tanford. And today, for us as Tatoa, it is about the opportunity Tanzania position and also location, modernization of the port, expanding corridors, and youthful workforce position as a natural hub for continental and global trade. Our transport sector stands as ready to turn the potential into shared prosperity. First, regional integrations opens a vast new markets as an Africa economy depends on cooperation. Tanzania logistic and trucking service can scale and serve rising intra-Africa trade, bringing the agricultural produce, manufactured goods, and raw materials to the market across the continent. This expansion will create jobs, boost incomes, and strengthen value chain. Second, a public partnership and growing investors' interest to unlock capital for modern infrastructure and service. With the right partnership, we can expand efficiency, terminal, service hub, and fleet capacity, enabling faster movement of goods and lowering costs for business and consumers. Finally, the partnership with global ports, logistics firms, and financial institutions may represent here today after knowledge transfer, technology, and access to the new market. Together, we can pilot scalable solutions that benefit small operators and large shippers, like ensuring inclusive growth. The Tanzania Truck Owner Association is committed to seizing these opportunities. We will work within the government, regional bodies, private investors, and international partners to professionalize our service, embrace digital tools, and support workforce development. Our drivers and operators are eager to be part of this transformation. Let this forum be a launchpad for concrete collaboration, investment agreement, pilot projects, and capacity building programs that link global trade directly to Africa, heart through Tanzania. Honorable guests, partners, and colleagues, the road ahead is filled with promise. Let us move together with ambition, partnership, and purpose so that Tanzania not only connects global trade to the Africa heart, but also deliver prosperity for our people. Thank you, and karibuni sana Tanzania. Mr. MC, before I give back the mic, I would like to say a few words to my brother, James Milia. This morning he took opportunity to give a very heartfelt recognition. I truly appreciate, but I just want to say a few words about that. It is true, the date and years when he mentioned that we met, it was, I remember vividly, it was an evening, one of the evening, he used to run a very big club in Arusha. So after I had a conversation with him for like a few minutes, then I said, you deserve to be a politician and you can be a youth, the chairman of the UVCCM in Arusha. And he told me, I've never done politics. I cannot be. I said, you can. And it happens, and today he's a deputy minister. I congratulate him, and I want to assure him he has not let me down. Hongera sana ndugu yangu. Asante sana.
That is Mr. Lukumai from Tanzania Truck Owners Association. Thank you very much, sir. The following now, I would like to call the following, who they'll be going to the round table discussion, the high-level round table discussion. But as they're going, we'll be proceeding. We'll be finishing up with some few presentations, and then we'll go for coffee break. Once we come back after 15 minutes, we'll be winding up with the last panel discussion, and that will be the end of our today's session. All right, so the following, please. Tatoa, TPA, Tanford Leadership, representative from Uganda, representative from Rwanda, representative from DRC, representative from Zimbabwe, and representative from Burundi. The reason the roundtable, the panel discussion will be last because the representative from Zimbabwe is also needed in that roundtable meeting, the high-level roundtable meeting. So once they are back, there'll be, now the moderator will proceed for the last session that is remaining. So can I kindly request those whom I've mentioned to proceed outside? There'll be an usher to direct you what room you enter, and His Excellency, guest of honor, and the leadership will also be following after here. For now, allow me to call the speaker from TAFA to prepare. Once he's done, to come here. Once he's done presenting, after 5 minutes, we'll also join the delegation that is going to the round table. For now, those whom I've mentioned, kindly please proceed. The ushers will show you the room that you'll be getting. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Representative from Uganda, kindly please follow. Representative from Rwanda, kindly please follow. It is just a meeting of just 30 minutes because tomorrow there are so many MOU to be signed here, so it is important that this meeting is held. Representative from DRC, representative from Zimbabwe, representative from Burundi. Tomorrow there will be so many MOU to sign here, and this meeting is the one that is going to discuss these agreements that tomorrow the government and our entities here that will be signing. I have met today lots of consultants, and one who has struck me is one young man from Tailored International Limited. This young man is giving consultations to do with compliances, finance, and is the director at a young age. Mr. Tariq, wherever you are, please be upstanding. Where are you? Mr. Tariq. I guess he has gone out. All right. So, Tafa, please. Tafa, you have 5 minutes. And after Tafa, we'll be welcoming Port Marine to prepare. Kindly please proceed here. If they have headset, you can put it on. Karibu-san.
Hello, good afternoon once again. Allow me to ride on the protocols which were reserved by my colleague Ndugulu Kumai. Let me first of all introduce to you what TAFA is. TAFA is the Tanzania Freight Forwarders Association, which was established in 1977, one of the oldest private associations we have in Tanzania. But TAFA also is a regional and international member of different affiliations. We do participate in the East African region, FEAFA. We are also into FECFASA, the South African Regional Federation, but we are also globally working with FIATA. TAFA represents 1,400 plus freight forwarding companies in Tanzania, and Tanford is also our member. May I express my gratitude to Tanford for the cooperation of making this wonderful platform very useful to Tanzanians and investors. From my presentation, TAFA, the roles of the freight forwarders in trade facilitation and supply chain. Next slide. We as freight forwarders, our core and most important roles is number one, to collect taxes on behalf of the Commissioner of Customs. We are being licensed with the Commissioner of Customs to work on behalf of them, but as well to become a backbone on the logistics supply chain, whereby freight forwarders play a major role in connecting private and the public sector entities in the logistics supply chain. Core roles in the freight forwarders are those ones. Contributions to the trade facilitation is the backbone which we have in the connection between private sector and the public sector. Enhancing supply chain, we work from door to door, end to end, connecting with the different cargo consolidators, shippers, shipping lines, terminal handlers, and others. And on the impacts we have, because we have different laws. Next slide. On the custom brokerage, ensuring compliance with the regulations, consultancy to importers and exporters. On the part of documentation, we are the ones who manage the preparation of documentation of the bill of ladings, permits, and the clearance. On terms of coordination, we link shippers, carriers, and consignees. On the risk management, we also cover insurance and make sure that cargo moves from one point to another. Next. Contribution to trade facilitation is one of the streamlining import and export processes. We are licensed by customs and given the access to the customs systems whereby we support importers and exporters in terms of declaration, tax collection, and others. We also play a major part in ensuring that we do remove delays from ports and the border posts. Thanks to the Revenue Authority, TRA, who have introduced the PAD, the pre-arrival declaration, whereby we can do the declarations even 14, 15 days before the vessel arrival, supporting digitalization with the e-customs and returns system, but also transparency and predictability. Next slide. On enhancing supply chain efficiency, we optimize transport routes and model. We also advise shippers, importers on which routes will be cost beneficiary for them, mostly selling the ports of Dar es Salaam and connecting with the central corridor, as my colleague Ali had elaborated. But we also supervise and coordinate with cargo consolidators in order to save time and money. Cargo consolidators from Tanford do work with freight forwarders in Tanzania in ensuring that they exchange clients, they give information to each other, and consolidate their shipments to Tanzania and other 8 land-linked countries using Tanzanian ports. We also do the real-time tracking and feasibility in conjunction with the Revenue Authority. We have an access in the electronic cargo tracking system whereby we do the monitoring and the evaluation of the cargo all through. But we also collaborate with the ports, terminal handlers, rail and road network in ensuring cargo moves seamlessly. Next slide. Impact on Tanzania economy. One of our main objectives is to make sure that we try as much as possible to cut down cost of doing business through the corridors of Tanzania ports and its corridors. So we need to make sure that we have low trade costs to improve competitiveness and increase regional integrations with the EAC and the SADC. As all we have been informed, Tanzania geographically, we are so blessed to be in the 2 major blocks, in the EAC and the SADC region. We do serve more than 8 land-linked countries, and one of the core issues of the freight forwarders is to make sure that we connect the land-linked countries with the ports in Tanzania. We also create jobs in logistics. With 1,400 members, we have employment of more than 20,000 Tanzanians in clearing and forwarding sector, but we also contribute to national revenue through efficiency trade flow. Whenever you hear the Commissioner of Customs, Commissioner General, when he announced that TRA has surpassed their target, then freight forwarders are also part and parcel of this collection as they do work together in terms of assessment and tax collection. Next slide. Call to action. What TAFA calls to the international market is to strengthen partnership with international stakeholders, like what we are doing currently with the Tanford, but also to invest into digital infrastructure and strengthening training. TAFA also has a training institute. It's called TAFA Institute of Shipping and Logistics. We do work collaborating with the Institute of Tax Administration in offering the EACFFPC certificate, one of the requirements to be licensed as a freight forwarder. It's called the East African Customs Practitioners Certificate, which is issued in collaboration with the ITA and the TAFA Institute. We are also proud and thank the Commissioner General that we have signed a 5-year MOU of collaboration on our training center, but we also thank the Central Corridor, who has supported our training center by facilitating more than $60,000 in terms of teaching equipment, computers, screens, desks, and also the facilities we have on our training center. We also recognize the freight forwarders as strategic trade facilitators. As I had said before, we are the backbone. Only freight forwarders are the ones who meet face to face with different public and private stakeholders in the supply chain to ensure that cargo moves seamlessly and with less costs. Next slide. In my closing remarks, I do again thank Tanford for working together with us. I do again thank all the governments and the public institutions who have been working with us in conjunction to make sure that we do market the heritage we have in the Dar es Salaam Logistics Center. We all know that now logistics contributes more into the developing countries. On the last statistics which we had on the budget is that transport and logistics was the main contributors of the foreign exchange. Let's keep this up to move our economy together and create more opportunities to Tanzanians. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Mr. President. A big round of applause to Mr. President. Thank you very much. That is the president of TAFA, Freight Forwarders Association, Mr. Edward Urio. Another round of applause to our president of Freight Forwarders. Jamani, rais wetu yupo hapa na katika kanzu nzuri. Kwa hivyo baada ya hapa rais yupo. Sana rais yupo, tukimaliza forum lazima tumuone vizuri. Freight Forwarders wote uelekeo ni alipo Mheshimiwa rahisi. Asante sana, makofi mengine mengi sana. The next speaker is the Iron Lady. She leads by example, she causes change in the industry, and she makes things happen. She causes things to happen. You will hear from her presentation as he comes here. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Madam Sukina Dewich, the Director General from Port Marine, as she comes to give a presentation in 5 minutes. Big round of applause. As she comes, Tiseza, please get prepared for 5 minutes presentation.
Respected high table and dear guests and Tanford team. Assalamu alaikum, habari za mchana. I think it's evening already, so good evening. My name is Sukaina Dewji. I'm representing Port Marine Group and Tansco from Dubai. I will prefer first to see my presentation on the screen, then I will follow with a small speech.
Trusted one-stop solution for logistics and supply chain management. We specialize in customs clearing and forwarding, providing efficient and reliable customs clearance, shipping, and inland transportation services. Our experienced team manages import and export shipments, transit cargo, and local clearance with precision and care. Our comprehensive services include sea freight, air freight, and motor vehicle transportation, ensuring smooth and timely cargo movement across borders. With operations based in Dar es Salaam and Dubai, we connect businesses regionally and globally. Beyond logistics, Port Marine supports specialized development projects that contribute to economic growth. We enhance port efficiency by providing skilled manpower, container office leasing, and transport services for infrastructure projects involving equipment such as RTG, MHC, STS crane. Port Marine Clearing and Forwarding Limited, delivering reliability, driving progress, and powering your supply chain forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. We provide one-stop logistics solution. Apart of clearing and forwarding, we provide manpower for the assembly, STS, RTG, mobile harbor cranes, and reach takers. We provide customized office in and within a port. Our partner company do all kinds of port main materials, handling equipment, port and servicing such as STS, RTG, mobile harbor crane, and many more. We services support TPA, DP World, TGTL, and all ICD and warehousing within a nation. We would like, if you have any question would like to learn more about what we offer, I will be happy to assist you. I hope to see you all again tomorrow at our booths and welcome all. Thank you very much. Karibuni sana.
A big round of applause to Madam Dewich once again. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we understand today is day one and it's also very power-packed. We have so much to present and we need to finish the business that has brought us today. And given that tomorrow's program, there are gonna be a lot of roundtable meetings and then MOU and signing, we don't wish to release you late since it's the last day. Some of you want to move around after the forum before you return to your country. So again, allow me to welcome here Madam from TISEZA to come and give a presentation. She's coming to bring about investment. So please, let's give her all the attention we can give her. Karibu sana.
Thank you. My presentation. Thank you very much. My name is Elimbora Biamuro from Tanzania Investment and Special Economic Zones, TISEZA. Okay, I'm going to give the overview over the Tanzania Investment Center, climate and opportunities. This one. Okay, my presentation lies on these 6 areas. Now I'm going to introduce about TISEZA. It was established under the Act number 6 of 2025, which repealed the Tanzania Investment Act 2022 and the Export Processing Zone Act 2002 and the Special Economic Zones Act of 2006. Therefore, TISEZA consolidated the function of Tanzania Investment Center, TIC, which was well known, and the EPZA. And under TISEZA, we streamline investment facilitation services through the one-stop office facilitation services to provide investors registration, licensing, permits, and aftercare services through all those areas. So this organization, most of them, they are under TISEZA, and that's why when they ask that if you can register your company, it is true that you can register under TISEZA, and then you proceed with that. Why invest in Tanzania? I think this one has been said. We go to why are we investing? We have seen that Tanzania is the base of Africa's most active infrastructure, and as well we connect through port, railroads, and air. And currently now we have the special economic zones where we have all these areas. If you want to start you want to invest with us, you get the area. Then this is where I want to put more emphasis, the investment categories. And at TISEZA, we have these 4 type of investment categories. Where there is normal investor, we have EPZ investors, strategic investors, and sales investors. So when we say foreign investor, it doesn't matter what the color of that person. It all depends on the percentage of the investment. On if you have more than 50% of shares as foreigner, that will be the foreign investment. If you have 50% more of the shareholding as local, that is domestic investment. And the threshold, as it's seen there, like for the normal, the threshold for foreigner is $500 million. The threshold is not only about the cash. It all includes even the immovable assets under threshold. So it's not only having cash that will say this is the threshold. So all this one, they are the capital requirement, together with the other criteria, which I said is the technology you bring to our country, the GDP contribution, and the creation of employment. And the general incentives in logistics, we see that under logistics, if you invest with us, there is exemption on project capital, tax relief, capital allowances, and all this one. So if you know more about this one, we will be having our booth tomorrow. You can get all this due to the time constraint. We have non-physical incentive as well, as it's seen there, automatic migration, land derivative, access, and the one-stop facilitation center. I would like to talk more about land derivative. And at CESA, the ownership of land is only for the domestic. The local investors, the domestic, they own land in 100%. But if you are the foreigner, the land is owned under TSESA. You'll be given derivative right to own that land. And if, as well, you want to get like a loan from the bank, you need to go through TSESA to access all this. So the unconditional free pressure and all this. We have physical incentive under SES, EPZ scheme as well, which is as it is shown there. There is investment opportunities in logistics center, which this is the focus for this meeting. We have port-linked logistics. We have CSS-linked logistic and regional fulfillment, inland logistic, cold chain and export, air cargo, express, and the PPP logistics infrastructure. Then Tanzania, the logistics sector, as it is, it's rising, such as growing regional trade, expanding manufacturing, supporting infrastructure, port in Dar es Salaam, which it has been acting as a gateway and an anchor to regional logistics, and our strategic gateway to those 7 landlocked countries. And in summary, for the project which have been registered from UAU from 2021, 2025, as shown there, and the top leading countries in FDI to Tanzania, the first is China, and the second is United Arab Emirates. We thank you very much, and we encourage you to come invest with us. And this makes the end of my presentation. Needing any clarification, please just come see us. We'll give you what you want. Thank you.
Can you imagine Madam left some minutes for us? Let's put our hands together, please. Done. Thank you. Technical issues. Apologies. Thank you very much, TSESA, for investment opportunities available. If I may take you through day 2, what is going to be happening in day 2, you will understand why TSESA is important, and you need to have on top of your contact list today, because tomorrow she's going to play a very pivotal role for the investors for the program that will be around tomorrow. So we're going to be having private sector's consultation breakfast in the morning, and that is for VIP invited only, and that is ministers, NFL, shipping lines, airlines, port operators, bank. And the purpose of these private sector's consultation breakfast is for policy alignment and structure engagement before exhibition activities. So in the morning, the ministers will be meeting the private sectors in the morning so that we can have these discussions and aligning with the policies, and you can raise this, your points, you can raise your concerns with the ministers tomorrow morning before we begin the exhibition. There will also going to be an exhibition that is going to start at 10, and then later, after the exhibition, we will be having MOU signing ceremony, and certificate presentation ceremony, and a special recognition appreciation awards, and later on gifts and presentations before we wind up at 4. So that, to let you know, is the flow of our tomorrow's program. For now, we wish to finish all the presentation, because tomorrow we'll be having indoors and group meetings with the ministers, with the institution, to have the policy alignment and all issues that are concerning ourselves. We want, when we go back to Tanzania, most of our cases, most of our issues have been raised and have been answered. When we come back for Tanford 2027, we are coming with more development from our side and from our end. So allow me to call here the next speaker. The next speaker is coming from Tantred. And then after CRDB, kindly please prepare. ATCL Cargo prepare. And then we'll finish with TPSF. And then we'll be going for a coffee break. Once we resume, the leaders will be back here and we'll finish with the panel discussion. Our program for today is supposed to end at 7, but we're going to end it at 6. So we are still on time. Karibu sana.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Habari za jioni. Naona sukari imeshuka kidogo. Salamu alaikum. My name is Eliabo Ernesto Rabiago. I'm a senior economist from Tantrade. My job here is simple. It's just to get you through the trade landscape between Tanzania and UAE. But before doing that, I would like to introduce what is Tantrade. I know most of you know Tantrade, but for those few who are not aware of Tantrade, Tantrade is a government institution which was established in 2009 by the Parliamentary Act number 4, with the main objective of make sure we formulate, develop, and supervise external and internal trade. It was after the merging of Board of Internal Trade and the Board of External Trade. But also, this institution was vested with a couple of functions as follows. One, it was capacity building and SME development and advisory services, but also we elaborate all trade promotion events like market expedition, exposition, trade forums, trade fairs, like what is happening here. Tantrade have been involved 100%, and that's why you see the huge number of government officials and other participants from private sector. But also, we do market and the product development. Tantrade, you promote Tanzanian goods, internal and external. But Tantrade, we do branding of Tanzanian product. For instance, recently we have made in Tanzania a brand logo, which we encourage all traders, make sure you register, you acquire this logo because it increases visibility of your product, expansion of your market, and increase the trustworthiness of your product. But lastly, we are custodian of all trade informations. We distribute this trade information through different digital platforms like Tanzania Trade Portal for compliances, but also for those who want to know the prices of different products in the domestic market. We do have a Tantrade mobile app, which you can just get it from the Play Store and Apple Store. It's easy. But for the Tanzania Trade Portal, it is Googleable. Once you Google, just access it. It's a web-based system. Get all those information. The portal itself comprising all the information from A to Z on how to get permits and license to navigate from the border and the clearance procedures. After saying so, let me dwell on the trade between Tanzania and UAE. As you look on the graph, you can see the numbers, import and export. You can see we import more than 1.6 billion, and we export, I think, is 600, around that much. So when you look at the figure, that means UAE is the trade balance is in favor of UAE. So we as Tanzanian traders, we have the work to do. But let's look on which of the most exported product from Tanzania. We do in minerals and agriculture, and some in livestock. But also what we do import, most we import manufactured goods. Look on the sugar, look on the confectionaries and the like. But also let's look on the potentials between Tanzania and UAE. These are a big deal for the traders. What are the opportunities available? For instance, look on the gold. We have 1.2 billion USD in value. It's available for UAE. But what have been utilized is just around 900 million. The untapped potential is around 300, you can see. So it's a huge still market for us to tap on. But look on the diamond and other agriculture products. But in a nutshell, We do much in minerals, but in agri-products, it's almost, I can say, it's more than 50% have not yet tapped on. Look on the numbers, for instance, in chickpeas, look on the legumes and the like, but at least it's fair to say, for instance, in livestock, we have stopped at least 50%. So a strategic insight on that is that we are capitalizing much in minerals, and you are not met 100%, I can say, in agriculture, and at least moderate in livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look on the areas where we can collaborate as trade partners between these two states. I would like to go quickly. Maybe I can insist on the platform which we organized by TANTRADE, Tanzania International Trade Fair. This year we have the 5th one, the Diamond one. We encourage all you guys to participate in that platform because it will connect you with more than 1,500 international companies and more than 50 countries participate on that. So it's a right platform for you to introduce your product, to introduce yourself, the big business network in Tanzania. By the way, this platform is very peculiar in the region, East and Central Africa. So we are only one in Tanzania who pulling this kind of event. So you're most welcome to participate in that event. But also, many people are talking about agriculture. It's a huge opportunity. Once you look on my back slide, on the previous slide on the data, we have the huge potential in agriculture. So we advise to commercialize agriculture so that we can tap that particular potential. These are a couple of sectors which we think maybe we can collaborate. All of these together, plus the transport and the logistics, are superb if all of traders from Tanzania and UAE can collaborate to upload that particular potential. But maybe why should you trade with Tanzania for those traders from UAE? We have a couple of reasons, but the biggest one, first, we connect to the land-linked countries. For instance, when you opt to trade with Tanzania, that means you're open for more than a 5 million population. That's the market to those land-linked countries. But also, based on the unique blending of preferential market of Tanzania, as a member of SADC, member of EAC, member of Africa Free Trade Area, that means you expose yourself for more than 1 billion people. So trading with Tanzania, for me, I can say it's a hot cake. Despite of that, we have a stable economy, we have so many investments going on in the country, which can give you the good opportunity to navigate within the country. I would like to say thank you very much. These are some of the contacts in case you want to communicate with us. Thank you. Asanteni sana.
In fact, he left us with some 15 seconds with us. So, big round of applause. He managed to finish it on time, and the content was quite deep, but he managed to squeeze it all. Thank you very much for accommodating us with that. May I call upon the CRDB representative as they come. TPSF will be finishing. We'll be going for coffee break. When we come back, it's a panel discussion. That will be the end of our today's session. For now, please, CRDB Bank, you have 5 minutes, and TPSF, kindly please prepare. Karibu sana CRDB.
Okay, habari ya jioni. Good evening or good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of CRDB Bank, my name is Godson. I'm the head of corporate banking representing CRDB. So on behalf of our group managing director and the management, I've come with my colleague, if we can stand, Mr. Badru. He's our zonal manager covering the coastal zone from Dar es Salaam and other branches. So from CRDB, basically, I think we are very happy to be part of this forum, largely because it's a first a local bank which has gone regionally. So we are now operating in 4 markets, including UAE. As our speaker have said, last month we launched our rep office here. Of course, our journey is to become a full-fledged subsidiary. So a lot has been said, but perhaps maybe to get some insight, we've heard about a lot of data which has been portrayed today, but I think it's important to connect ourselves from the trade and logistic. Do we know, for example, last year, what's the value of total import for transportation? I'm not sure if one can guess. So last year, depending on the number you are going to pick, but if you look from the central bank, 2.7 billion worth of equipment related to transportation were imported to Tanzania. That's a big number. But at the same time, if you look from the capital goods, it was roughly 6 billion. So you look that from the transportation logistic part, there's a lot of inflows which is coming to Tanzania from different parts of the world. So from the banking perspective, that number means a lot because it's either that money has come from the individual investor or from the banking sector. Now, if you look from the CRDB, this summarizes who we are. Because, number one, we are in 4 markets, as you can see. But at the same time, we've done a number of strategic initiatives. One is going to the market where nobody else has gone from the local perspective. But also, we've been able to do what we attract other people's money into the economy. We launched the first green finance bond called Kijani Bond. Last year, we turned our 30 years of operation, but also we are rated by Moody's, so that gives us more credibility to attract more investors. At the same time, we're not only making money, but also we are caring for social. We have CRDB Foundation, so it touches a lot of areas, especially to provide support to various stakeholders. But also, if you look, there's a lot of awards that we have managed to get. This also summarizes in terms of our scalability. Over 5 million in terms of customer, but also if you go digital, over 11 million. So we are the right partner to many of you, and we have seen many of customers that we are banking, they are also in here. From the gender, as you can see, almost 50-50 of out of 4,000 employees. But at the same time, 98% of the transactions today are done digitally. So if you look at the way we have invested in terms of digital, most of our channels, they save the customer rather than manual. This provides a lot of efficiency. But at the same time now, if you look from the economical point of view, as a CRDB, we have managed to ensure on each strategic project, as a CRDB, we participated. Moving from the Nyerere Idol, going to most of the ports, going to the electrification, called it REA, going to the SGR. There is no any mega project in Tanzania today where CRDB has not participated. So if you look on the agriculture alone, today our total loan that we have disbursed over 3.2 trillion Tanzanian shilling. So that's a lot in terms of impacting the society. And this is, and the way we are moving forward is, we have even categorized as a small, in terms of small agricultural stakeholders and large. All of them, we serve them, from the primary to the processing and value addition. So largely, why we are in Dubai, for example, people ask a lot of questions. This summarizes why we are here. Alone, maybe perhaps, if I go back to this slide, our total assets is about 22 trillion. In terms of the bank, that is 8.6 billion. Our capital in terms of capacity to lend to an individual is about 1 billion. So we are talking about to a single customer, we can lend up to 250 million. But is that enough when we come to the market like Dubai? The answer is no. That's why our key focus has always been to create strategic partners. And these are our partners where we've partnered in various areas to ensure we meet our customer needs. So if you look, even coming to Dubai, we are here to attract capital. We are here to partner with other financial institutions, other stakeholders, so that we are able to meet what we follow where our customers are. We were in Tanzania, we went to Burundi. We were in Tanzania, we went to DRC. We were in Tanzania, now we came to UAE. We normally follow where our customers are, and by being in UAE, it means you are going to ensure that linkages, the value chain, we tap it and we link face the business. Thank you very much, and I really want to congratulate Stanford for their organizing this forum, and I believe every year is going to be better and better. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, CRDB. Thank you for coming strategically to attract investors. I think if CRDB are looking for partners, we should do the same, yeah? Thank you very much, CRDB. Now, the last speaker before we go for our break, coffee break. When we come back, we'll be doing our final panel discussion, and that will be the end of our today's session. For now, please, TPSF, karibuni sana. 5 minutes, a round of applause to TPSF.
Thank you very much. Good evening. The energy has gone, eh? Good evening. Habarini za jioni. How many investors do you have from Tanzania that have participated in the room till now? Those who have come from Tanzania? Okay. So I'm going to talk a bit about TPSF. TPSF, it's an abbreviation for Tanzania Private Sector Federation. It's a member-based organization. Our main role relies on 2 or 3 key areas. First is to advocate for policy change. We understand in conducting business, there are so many issues that might affect the business. And some procedures, some are related to policy-related issues. So as TPSF, it's purely a private enterprises association of business community in Tanzania. That key role is to promote investment. We call upon for investors from different countries to invest in the country, but we are an authoritative institution and we have a good relationship with the government. One of the speakers said the government are the one that create policies, but within TPSF, before any policy that has been going to affect the private sector, we are part and parcel of that policy to give our consultation to the government. We sit in different boards. In Tanzania, we sit on the Tanzania National Business Council, where the chairperson of that business council is the president herself, and it's co-chaired by 2, the chief secretary of Tanzania and the president of TPSF. But on the regional wise, TPSF also sit on the East Africa Business Council and also in the SADC Business Council. So all those areas, when there's an issue which affect within the regional space, TPSF can advocate for the issues affecting the business community. So we believe mainly on the sustainable trade expansion relies much on the PPDs that we call private-public dialogues, where the private sector get to express their issues to the government, and we see how well can we do data-driven advocacy to ensure those issues are well addressed, so that they incorporate the vision of the private sector. As we all know, that from 1st July, we are going to start our initiative on the DIRA 2050, that is the vision of the country for another 25 years. So this marks quite a huge opportunity for the private sector to see how well can we utilize this opportunity to ensure that when the government says the private sector is the drivers of the economy, do our views get to be incorporated on the Vision 2050? So we have played that in terms of the policy-wise, in terms of the DIRA, it has been incorporated, but we are also monitoring its implementation. So we believe with these PPDs, the government will continue listening, and we believe through different intervention, like this, what we are having today, we believe we can advocate for the areas that private sector need. Yeah, so another thing is we congratulate Stanford for this initiative to showcase what Tanzania can do. In my memory, for the last more than 15 years, when Business Mission started. There has never been any largest business delegation in this country than the one we are having today. It's the first delegation. We are looking forward. I've checked with the Tanford team. More than 89 people from Tanzania came to Dubai specifically for this intervention. Even those which involved the president herself, they never had that huge number. So it's quite congratulations to the Tanford team to having this successful event. So yeah, lastly, we thank all the stakeholders, including the government, and we believe as private sector, we should join our hands to ensure our voice ahead, our issues are addressed, and at the end of the day, we get what we want from the government because we are ready for business. Thank you very much.
Round of applause to our CEO, Dr. Deogratias Masawe from TPSF, Tanzanian Private Sectors Foundation. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Tupige makofi mengine sana. Thank you, Your Honorable CEO, Dr. Deogratias Masawe. With that presentation, that marks the end of presentations. We are remained with panel discussion that will take 45 minutes. Right now, it's 5 already, so we'll be breaking and we'll be back here at 5:14. I mean 5:15. So we'll be back here at 5:15, a 5:15. We'll be back here to finish up for 45 minutes, and then at 6 we'll be done with our business for today. For now, coffee break. Those who want to use loo and others things to do phone calls, follow up, connect, network. This is the moment we do so. The coffee break will be served at the lobby right there. Karibuni sana. Let's be back here at 5:15. Please enjoy your stay and see you later. Please don't forget your badge because you'll be needed to come with that badge tomorrow for access. Please don't forget your badge on the table, on the chair, or misplace it. As we'll be coming back tomorrow, we'll be supposed to come back with our badge. And the session still continues. Please let's not leave. In 15 minutes, we'll be resuming and finishing up with our last panel discussion. And tomorrow, please carry your badge with you, for it will be needed for your access for tomorrow's meeting. Thank you.
Akienda kwangu anambia anapa kwa kuhusu na Mungu, lakini kugombana na yeye mtu mzima.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we were supposed to have back now, but it seems the meeting is taking quite long with the ministers down there, and protocol does not allow me to go and tell them, finish the meeting and let's go. So kindly please bear with me if you are seeing that we are still not yet resumed. It is because of that. The ministers are still with the private sectors having meeting. Once they are done, we can proceed to our last sessions. If not, I'll come here and tell you of the development if we are to continue or to have winded up where we have reached, and then we shall proceed tomorrow. So kindly please bear with me as these arrangements as what is happening now. This is for the betterment of our industry. The ministers are still in consultation with the private sectors. They're discussing issues, and you would see all the government entities have been called to that meeting as well. So we are hoping that meeting will bear fruits, and believing and trusting the representatives whom have gone there will do what is needed even from us. Asanteni sana.
Ngoja warudi kwanza. So mtoe ile nikuja nayo. Ni nzito.
right. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you have had a chit chat with one or two businessmen that you met here and you found it to be worth it, please one clap. If you have connected, okay. If you yourself have gotten something from the first day of this forum, 2 claps. Perfect. If you are promising to be here tomorrow, 3 claps. Thank you very much. We appreciate your patience. We appreciate your sacrifice setting this day, the whole of this day here, wanting to learn, wanting to connect, wanting to create a strategic partnership with the businessmen and the people that we have met here, from the freight forwarders, the shippers, and everybody who has been here. It has been indeed a profound day since morning when we began. Some of you were here at exactly 8, and to now, you are still here. Let me update you on the progress that we're having right now. There is a roundtable meeting, a high-level roundtable meeting that is still taking place at 3rd floor with the ministers and government institutions. And I think that meeting is the essence of why we came to Dubai, why we are having this forum. Because there they are discussing the very issues that needed to be discussed. And sometimes some of the things may not be discussed openly here, but if they are being addressed there, tomorrow we'll be having a feedback of what took place. So we were expecting for them to have done by now. Unfortunately, they are still on, and we can't tell the ministers that please finish, because they came for that. Since that is the case, we won't be having the last panel discussion that we were supposed to be having to allow the proceedings that are happening right now at the high-level roundtable meeting that is happening right now. And on the very same note, we encourage you all to be here tomorrow at 8 from 8, where we'll be having exhibition, and again we'll be having another roundtable meeting with stakeholders, with the ministers. So it's going to be a very power-packed day, and we are expecting to finish at exactly 4 tomorrow. Some of the MOU are going to be signed here tomorrow, so let's come from 8 to 4 will be done. Just as how today has been a success. And with the protocol does not allow me to be the one to call this meeting adjourned. I'll call the leadership from the Tanford to come here to give a closing remarks and to adjourn this forum for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Madam Zakia Maslui to come here to give a closing remarks. A big round of applause to our Iron Lady from Tanford, our treasurer. She is the only one who has managed to sneak out from that meeting to come here, run for you guys to come and give a closing remarks. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Let's call it a successful day having you here. Thank you for everyone's cooperation and participation. I'm here to call the remarks of the event. We'll be continuing tomorrow at 9. So we welcome you tomorrow, and we are closing today's. Welcome all. Thank you.
So a very good evening to you, and it was nice hosting you. See you tomorrow, as it is going to be our last day for this forum. God bless you, and have a beautiful, beautiful evening as we continue networking and connecting and creating that strategic partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is MC Stein. I was your moderator for this day 1. Thank you. See you tomorrow.